Testing audio for the YouTube stream. Testing audio for the YouTube stream.
Yeah, you can keep it on. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the City of Toronto Scarborough District Committee of Adjustment. Today is September 20th. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is now called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that apply to a property, permissions to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Before we begin, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, which is an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto's Planning YouTube channel, and anyone who is wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching it on the YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to a panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants today, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. For all those who are attending in person today and who wish to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on any application, you must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and an email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or the TLAP, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAP, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, or the OLT. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal the Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, and those who are defined in the Planning Act are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. In terms of the hearing procedure, I will call each item as it's listed in the order on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require the presentation, applicants are advised to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the agent or the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And this goes to fairness to everyone. I will comment when you're reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other matters you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the meeting today. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. The applicant or the agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if the application is substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those who are entitled to receive the notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or in opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call first on the speakers in the hearing room today, and then those who are participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. Please know that we're here to listen to your concerns. However, repeating the same comment and concern again and again will not advance your cause. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or the agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Before we begin today, I would like to receive confirmation of minutes from the last hearing, and I would require a motion to adopt the minutes. Member Say, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of our minutes of our last meeting, which was dated August 23.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. And all in favor? Motion carries and the minutes of the last hearing have been adopted. Are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff members for any items that are listed in the time slot, the morning session, which we are going to be hearing items 1 through 15 listed on the agenda? Any conflicts of interest? Staff, is there any conflict declaration?
Through the chair, there's no conflicts.
Thank you. And there are none from the panel members as well. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any items that have been, that are here for deferral? And I would look at items 1 to 15 only for the morning session. So any request for deferral for any of those items?
Through the chair, we have item 5, 816 Meadowvale Road, a request for deferral sine die. It's at the request of the applicant in order to address concerns identified by community planning.
Okay. Just remind me in terms of the new procedure, do we deal with the deferral request at this time or do we wait through the agenda?
We go through the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. And then what is the second item for deferral?
Item 10, 777 Warden Avenue, deferral sine die at the request of the applicant in order to address the concerns identified by community planning.
Okay, thank you. So for those all in attendance right now, we have received 2 requests for deferral for item 5 and item 10. Item 5 being 816 Meadowvale Road and item 10 being 777 Warden Avenue. We will deal with the deferral requests when we go through the main body of the agenda. Thank you very much. All right, since we do not vet the agendas anymore, we'll start with the first item on the agenda. And the first item on the agenda is 36 Dunmail Drive. For 36 Dunmail Drive, is the applicant or the agent here? I believe he's virtually in attendance. So staff, can we please have mentioned Zoo online? Thank you. Hello, are you with us, Mention Zoo? Okay, while we wait for Mention, I just want to ask for anyone here in attendance today, members of public, is there anyone here for 36 Dunmail Drive? I see none, okay. So is the applicant online?
Meg-Jun Chu, you have been unmuted. You can speak.
Hello, Mention, can you hear us? And staff, he has been unmuted by us, correct? Okay, so Mention, you've been unmuted by staff. Okay, I think there's some technical difficulties here.
Hello?
Yes, hello? Hello, is this Mention? Hello, can you say something, Mention?
Hello, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Dear Madam Chair, committee members, my name is Mong Chunshi. Sorry for the technical issues there. I'm the agent and designer from LHW Engineering at Unit 405-2347 Kennedy Road, representing the owner of 36 Dunmail Drive in relation to their proposed minor variance application today.
Thank you. Committee members, do you have any questions for Mention? I see none. All right. Mention, we have received some comments from departments. We did receive a report from community planning, and community planning has recommended that should the committee move forward with approving this application, that it'd be tied to a site plan. Have you had a chance to read that, and do you have any questions or concerns with that particular recommendation?
We have no concerns with regard to that.
Okay, and Urban Forestry has also recommended condition number 2 to be tied to the decision. Any concerns there?
No.
Okay. If there are no further questions or comments or concerns, can I please have a motion on this application for 36 Dunmail Drive? Member Said, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it's a pretty straightforward application, and all the variances before us, FSI, lot coverage, building length, building depth, these are minor in nature and appropriate. I therefore, Madam Chair, put forward motion for approval of item number 1, and there are 2 conditions, community planning condition and urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you, Member Said. May I have a seconder, please? Member Gary, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, yes. I'll second that motion to approve with those conditions.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously, and the application has been approved subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move to item number 2, and item number 2 is 34 Tourmaline Drive. We do have the owner and the applicant listed in person in attendance today, so can we please have the applicant or the agent, Althea Joy J. Douglas?
Hello.
Thank you. Before we proceed, ma'am, just quickly, is there anyone here in attendance today for 34 Tourmaline Drive, either in support or in opposition? I see none. Okay.
I just want to say that I didn't realize.
Could you speak in the mic, please? Thank you.
I just want to say I didn't realize I should have sent in. I have the neighbor that it's directly beside, and he supports it, and I have some precedents here. I didn't realize I should have sent it in first, but I'll go ahead, okay?
Yes, I guess, so from what I understand, there's a deadline for submission materials, and if that has been passed, I'm going to defer to staff on this. So if she has material here today, how do we deal with that?
Through the chair, it wasn't put on the public notice, so we wouldn't be reviewing it today, but the applicant can still make their presentation.
Okay, thank you. All right.
That's okay, I'll go ahead. Okay, I'm here today to speak on the application to construct a sunroom addition at the rear dwelling, and as to why it's considered a minor variance, you know, especially undesirable and appropriate, especially in today's housing market. Now, my home is considered a starter home, and when it was built 60 years ago, it was never designed to meet the needs of today's family. My home lacks functionality and space. It's a semi-detached home. When I bought it, I was just happy to have a home. But over the years, you know, as you throw in a family and dogs and whatever, it's chaotic, disorganized. My daughter, you know, the living room and dining room is just one. And, you know, it's covered in crayons, sports gear, everything. For me, moving is not an option, as it would cost me $500,000 or more, as well as other costs associated with buying a new home and getting a new mortgage, especially now, as well as the emotional toll it will take on me. Anyway, the 3 minor variances. One is the rear setback. Its minimum required is 8.38. The proposed is 7.82. Taking in consideration the depth of the back wall, this is minor, considering it's just like 1.5 foot difference. The lot coverage of 33%, I'm asking for 46.4. This lot is relatively small. The home is semi-detached with a lot size of 30 by 110. Smaller lots are harder to comply with, as the existing home is 36%, which was grandfathered in the COA decision of 2013. This decision was approved, you know, to enclose a 3-season sun porch. Okay, no, it's just jumping, okay. You know, the lot coverage also takes into account the existing open deck at the back, thereby making up the 46.4%. Without the deck, it is 40.4%. In addition, the sunroom would only be adding 3.58% difference, which is very small. The building length maximum is 17 meters. I'm proposing 19.9 meters. The building length includes the front of the house to the proposed sunroom addition. This is a difference of 2.9 meters, and it is very crucial to making the home organized and more functional. I need more space for the clutter and the chaos, you know. My daughter will be a teenager soon, and the dog also takes up space. So at least, you know, when I calculated it, you know, the space I'm requesting is about the size of a doctor's office, pretty small. The proposed 19.9 meters is because the previously enclosed three-season front porch. The front porch is not usually included in the building length. Okay. Okay, as I said, I have some exemplars here, and my neighbor says, you know, he's in support of this. In conclusion, the three variances I'm asking are really minor. They do not interfere with the proposed planning act, I don't think, as they are desirable for the area, and they take into account the needs of today's family, given our housing context. That's it.
Thank you very much. So just to confirm here, as could be seen on the site plan as well, the building length is for the portion that would accommodate the sunroom only, and it's not for the entirety of the building. So that increase in length is only as a result of that sunroom addition. So it's just that addition
Yes.
that's causing it. It's not for the entirety of the back of the building.
No. It's just the sunroom.
Perfect. Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Yes, Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ajay, for answering many of the questions which I was going to ask you in your presentation. But still, I want to have some reconfirmation or clarity on variance number 2. You did mention that, you know, you are asking a lot coverage increase by 13%, which is a big number, and you have a justification for that. Lot is small and it is a semi-detached. But again, it's a 13% increase, and again, the sunroom addition is creating a lot increase only by 3 to 4%. Am I correct?
3.5.
3.58. But the remaining 9 and 10% is affecting the decks you have.
The existing.
So what is the, could you have more clarity on that? I mean, the deck will be a separate thing. You are enclosing the deck, and then you are constructing a sunroom.
No, I'm not enclosing the deck.
Okay.
It's-
so how
it's-
this is
it's,
affecting the 9%
when I-
increase in the lot area?
When I bought the home, the deck was there. I have the old pictures I can show you. This is it. It was all there.
No, that's okay. So we did receive supplemental information, which is on
Okay.
the screen, so we have that as
Yeah.
evidence.
Okay.
So I think the clarification Member said is that she's not enclosing, there's no intention to enclose the deck.
No,
It was there in existence. The only, 3-point-something% is being triggered by the sunroom addition, but overall, with the deck as well as the sunroom, it's overall 9% or whatever the number is, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for this clarity. You know,
Okay,
wanted
thank
to have
you.
more clarification on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, perfect. Any further question from any member? Okay. All right, Joy, just want to confirm with you that we did receive comments from community planning, and they had a staff report and a recommended condition of approval. Have you had a chance to look at it?
yes, I did.
So should the committee approve the application today, that it be tied to that site plan?
Yes.
That has been reviewed by the committee as well as staff? Okay, perfect. Committee members, any question? I see none. Okay, thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
I will take the matter into committee now. Committee members, are we prepared to make a motion? Yes, Member Seat, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ajay, once again for your clarifications. Madam Chair, I am okay with the 3 variances, which are minor in nature, so I put forward motion for approval of item number 2, subject to community planning condition there.
Okay, thank you, Member Said. May I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will second that motion.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been approved subject to condition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we now move to item number 3. Staff, how would she receive the decision?
You'll get an emailed copy of the decision. It'll also be uploaded to the public record.
Okay. So we now move to item number 3. Item number 3 is for 15 Butterworth Avenue. We do have some registered neighbors in person as well as virtual. So the agent has registered virtually, so I would call upon the agent, Dale Thorold. Is Dale online? Okay. Dale, are you with us?
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Dale Terrio of Trenton Drafting and Design. I'm the applicant and the agent for 15 Butterworth Avenue in Toronto.
Thank you, Dale. Just bear with me for a second. For those of you, members of public, for those of you who are here for 15 Butterworth Avenue, please come forward. I do have a name listed, Sheila Crow. Is Sheila in person here? Hi. Please, ma'am, would you mind coming forward? And I will let you know when you can speak. But you may have a seat at the front, just behind the mic. Thank you. All right, and I do have a registered speaker online, Allison Bedoya and Graham Hills. So we, in terms of the procedure, we'll go with the applicant first, then we will speak with Sheila, and then we will go to the member who has registered virtually with us. So we'll start with the applicant. So Dale, please go ahead, tell us about your application, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, Madam Chair. So we have an existing one-story residence on Butterworth Avenue. We're looking to put a front, rear, and second floor addition, as well as interior renovations to an existing dwelling. We're looking at a front porch and a small rear deck, as well as a patio at the rear. We're trying to revitalize this property and make it a usable space for the owner. The actual usable floor area above ground works out to be 2259 square feet. Now, what happens is, because of how they now interpret a story, it's changed the past year. It's whatever floor is closest to the ground level. So right now, the basement, even though it's sunken 4 feet below the ground, it's actually counted as the first story because it's closest to the ground level. But it's still a basement. It's still 4 feet below grade. It's just a definition. So it may somewhat appear like it's a 3-story house, but it still really is a 2-story house with the garage at ground level and a sunken basement. And there's several houses on the street near Butterworth. There's 21, 22, 23, 25, and 27, where you've got the garage at grade level, and then you have the first floor above that. So these houses were probably constructed in the late 70s and the early 80s. And then there's also many more in the neighborhood. For example, over on Mystic Avenue, the garage is at the ground level, and the first floor and the second floor are above that. Number 4, number 6, number 22, number 24, number 254, and number 256. So we feel that what we're doing is we are keeping in what's happening with the neighborhood, either past or present, like more recent, to make these sites work because they're so small, and to make it advantageous for the owner to have the usable floor space, because 800 square foot house just isn't cutting it for a family of 4 or 5 now. So the owner wants to develop this so he has a nice home. He loves the community. He works in the city, and this is what we're trying to put together here.
Okay, is that all, Dale?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Dale? Member Said, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dale, is this a 2-story building or 3-story building? I'm talking about variance number 4. Clarity on that, please.
Sure. Under the definition of what floor is considered as a story, the basement, because it's 1.2 meters to grade, and the second floor, I'll just tell you what it is. Get my numbers here. Second floor is 9'6" approximately above the ground level. So even though we've got the sunk down entrance, so you walk up half a flight to get to the foyer landing, you go up another half a flight, and it's more practical and it's more sensible to have, you know, like half a flight of stairs, unlike the other houses up the street where you've got an entire flight of stairs going up one story. It could even be dangerous, you know, like in wintertime, because of ice and whatnot. So we came up with this proposal we've done elsewhere in the city, and it's to take advantage of, you know, having that lowered entrance, take advantage of having everything on the main floor, and then pushing the basement down. And prior to this year, we used to have that discounted and not counted as floor space, as well as not counted as a story. But it's since changed because of this appeal process and whatnot.
So Member Said, if I can point you on the screen, the drawing here shows approximately sort of relative to the house on the property today, shows how this final built form would look like. So you could see the 2-story versus 3-story difference there, right there. So it's because of the grade differential that and the technicality that's constituting it as an additional story, hence the 3rd story.
Is the street view is just like, it looked like it's 3-story building if we have a street view, right?
It would look like maybe staff, if you can go on to that elevation that shows the front elevation. Yes, right there. So it's going, so let's say if you had a bungalow, 1-story bungalow, that's what you would see. But what's being proposed is a 2-story flat roof home. So that's what you would see from the street. So it's trying to demonstrate, you know, what the difference would look like.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So yes, it's being constituted as a 3rd story because of the definition, but that's what you will see from the street. This the 2.5 or 3-story massing.
Thank you.
Relative to 1-story that's there today. Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Member Taylor, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dale, I have a question about variance number 2. Could you please tell me what the existing west side lot line is? So the
Sure,
setback?
I believe we've got 11.5 inches there. So, so work out to be, let's pull up my drawing here.
So you're
0.289,
reducing that from 11 inches to about 6 inches. Is that right?
No, actually, where the 6-inch might come, there's an existing fireplace projection. That may be where the examiner has actually calculated that, but that's existing, and that wouldn't be actually continued up. We would be continuing the one wall that's actually the 0.289 meters set back.
Okay, I'm looking at a almost 100-year-old survey here, and it shows dwelling number 21 and dwelling number 23. Is
Right.
either of those yours? Which one of those is number 15?
Oh, let me just pull it up here. So,
The survey is dated 1928.
right, I've got it right here. So, the one, if you're looking at it straight on, the one it says number 21, but that's incorrect, obviously, because they changed the addresses, and number 23. So number 21 is number 15, and number 23, that's actually 17.
Okay, so I see that chimney projection on the west wall now.
Right.
So
right now
you're not changing it. You're not worsening the west side setback.
The only thing that we are worsening is that it will receive EFA system or stucco on there, just so that we clad the brick properly and have some kind of insulation value on the old brick wall. That's why we've allowed for 11.5 inches there. That'll allow me for the non-combustible styrofoam and stucco cladding.
Okay, thank you.
So where that chimney is, that's where the 11.5 inches is, just for that projection there. Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dave, just again, the height of the building and the height of the exterior walls, and I would have appreciated, have you discussed this height or this development with your neighbors? And even the immediate neighbor has have the observations on that, you know. Did you get a chance to talk with the neighbors, and especially the immediate neighbor?
I have not. I just received the information yesterday, and I spoke with the homeowner. I believe he wants to go and speak with them because some of the concerns from the one neighbor from Miss Bedoya and Mr. Hills, a lot of those are more about the construction process, making sure that their existing foundation is undermined, and those are more construction details like at building permits. So obviously, we'll be digging down 4 feet to match with the existing foundation. We are very close, and we plan on having shoring, which will be required when we go in for building permit, so that we ensure that we don't do any damage to the neighboring properties there. So that would basically act as a form for the new foundation wall. Some of their other concerns had to do with the fireplace, most likely a fireplace, because we haven't gotten into that detail. It's a gas fireplace. It would be projecting through the back wall, so we wouldn't have it going into the side yard there. So not to mention it would become a setback issue as well. And the building department would pick up on that as well, the building inspectors and the plan reviewers. Some of the other items, we don't plan on doing any kind of damage or having any adverse effects on any of the neighbors, obviously. The contractor that will be doing this project has many years of experience in the area doing these kind of projects. So, and he wants to work with the neighbors. And, you know, what ends up happening is if he does have to remove, say, an existing fence, he'll cover the costs putting up a new fence.
Okay, so does that help you, Member Shade?
Thank you.
Okay,
Madam
thank you
Chair.
very much.
Thank you, Dale.
Thank you for that submission, Dale.
Sure.
Any further questions? We do have a speaker, so being cognizant of the time here, if there are any questions, we certainly can come back. So may I now request Sheila to please come forward and let us know what your concerns are with this application.
Okay, good day. I was just listening to that, and I'd like to start with a question from the questions. I was not objecting particularly to the height of the roof in my presentation, though I would like to know, since he's citing all the others in the neighborhood that are already tall and have a lot of stairs, have they also had variances to go higher than the bylaw, or are they built to the correct height?
That's a great question, Sheila. So the way this works is that we will hear your concerns or your questions, and then once we go to the applicant, then he would be able to respond to your questions.
All right. Okay, so I talked to the transportation people about the right-of-way. Dale is saying that we have no intention of harming any of the neighbors or doing anything to their detriment. And yet his plan is showing that the right-of-way is going to be landscaped as part of his soft landscaping. And that makes it impassable to a car to get to the rear where there is a parking space. And as I pointed out in my letter, street parking costs $60 a month with a city permit, and there's not a lot of it. Right now, you can park it in front of the existing bungalow because there's one mutual driveway. When he gets a new curb cut for his new driveway, that's going to be a double curb cut, I presume, because I certainly would like that right-of-way to continue. It's been there for 96 years or whatever, since 1928. It has been used a lot over the years, and it's a place where people can definitely park. It's not the easiest to get through, but a full-size car can be back through there. When I bought the place, there was an old couple that had lived there for years. He could back through there easy as pie. It was amazing. If you get a small car, it would be easier. So the parking is very important. The drainage has not been addressed at all. I don't know which department of the city is supposed to be doing that, but there's the whole drainage issue from this roof. which is all projected, except for a little tiny bit from one of the porches, to go into the right-of-way, close to his foundation, fairly close to mine if it's not sloped right. Unless they're going to reslope the whole thing, it's all going to pool at the beginning of the driveway where the houses are and cause problems. And putting obstructions for eavesdrops and stuff in a right-of-way that's so narrow is going to totally restrict it. So I'm very concerned about the roof drainage, not the height, but the way it's sloped. It should be sloped so that it goes onto the west side, front and rear, where his soft landscaping is. And I'm very concerned about what's happening with the right-of-way. It's my impression that they have to put a curb along where their driveway is, which should be in line with the house wall, which doesn't seem to make much sense if the other right-of-way is remaining to be used, because then you have a curb that both people could hit. I think that needs a lot of addressing. And how they are going to do the construction at the back with a house in the way, a lot of these other houses, it was a vacant lot when they started. They ripped down everything, they dug new holes, they worked from back to front, and that would work. But here, they're keeping the existing basement, they're keeping some of the existing walls, and the only way they can get to the rear is through that right-of-way, which is going to be vibration, noise, dirt, right under my tenants.
Okay, so Sheila, these are great comments, very legitimate concerns that you're raising, but I'm being mindful of the time and the opportunity for you to provide, if there's any concern with the variances that are listed on the application.
The variances are in respect to the height of the roof. It's not my problem. I don't really care about the height a little bit. What I'm caring about is the slope and the drainage. The right-of-way, that's transportation. He needs a variance for the front part of it. I want it looked at. And the other thing is the soft landscaping, which is not correctly calculated as far as I'm concerned. That needs looking at. Those are my three main issues.
No, thank you so much for summarizing those. It really helps the committee in sort of getting some responses and from the applicant. So in terms of the drainage, what I can tell you is the rule is that if any development occurs on a property, there should be no adverse impact on the adjacent properties or the lands. In this case, for any new drainage or grates that are going to be proposed for this development, that should have no adverse impact on the adjacent lands. But again, we don't deal with grading. Those issues are dealt with through the building permit process. When they submit their building permits, they will have to show what grades there are and that all the grades will have to match and make sure that they do not impact adjacent properties. So in terms of drainage, it should be captured on the property, any excessive drainage there.
Can I interrupt a sec? Sure. You say it should be captured on the property.
Right.
He's going to put it, if things are not changed, into his half of the right-of-way, which is technically his property. But
it would result in it could result in ponding and whatnot, right? So I totally hear that, and the idea is that with any redevelopment, those grades will be revised or changed, whatever it needs to be, to make sure that there is no ponding or pooling or any of that that condition to occur in the future. But we will get that clarification from the applicant to confirm that for us. Sheila, I didn't catch what your address is.
I live at 29 Meadowvale, but I have owned number 17 Butterworth since 1992.
Okay, so
and it's always been a rental property. And incidentally, the man who is dealing with Mr. Dale and constructing has never lived in this house. He's lived somewhere else in the city, but he's never lived there. He's got it stuffed full of tenants.
Okay.
Way too many tenants for health records.
Which again is something that we can deal with, but we will certainly get confirmation. So you don't live there, but you own the property?
Yes, and I have tenants who want to stay. They've been there, 5 or 6 years.
Sure.
They have 2 cars. They need a place to park.
Okay.
And it's a small house. They need to use the outdoors. They sit on their front veranda a lot of the time. They have 3 little tiny dogs. The yard's important to them. They're going to be totally disrupted by this.
Okay, thank you for that, Sheila. Members of the committee, any questions for Sheila? Yes, Member McCauley?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. For 17 Butterworth, you say that's you own that property. I'm interested in the right-of-way. The right-of-way is on 15 Butterworth. Is there a right-of-way on 17?
Could you put the survey? Oh, it's right there, I guess.
Yeah.
So the right-of-way is between the two houses, and it's basically 3.9 feet
Oh,
of
okay.
my land that he can use, and 3.9 feet of his land that I can use, which together is less than 8 feet. It's not clear from the old survey and the plans whether there's an extra couple of inches, like between the actual foundation of the house on either side, so that the total is just under 8, or whether that is the total. And it may have changed a bit over the years. I don't know. And if you put stucco on or something, that could change it too.
Okay.
But the official right-of-way is 3.9 feet from each side to give the right-of-way between the two houses.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that there's what I would call a mutual right-of-way on both properties,
Yes.
giving access to the rear yard.
Yeah, there's no other way, because as you can see, and you've already heard, there's 11 inches on the other side. And the other side of my property, I think there's 12 inches. So you cannot walk to your backyard except through the house, except through that right-of-way.
Do you drive, do you have a parking space on number 17 Butterworth in the rear yard?
Yes, when I bought the house had been recently treated for termites because it's in the area where there are termites. There used to be a double attached, I believe, garage at the back, one half for each property, and they had good concrete floors in the garages. But because of the termites, the garages were removed, the house was treated, and when I bought it, it was the concrete that was left that had been the garage floor on each side, which were both being used as parking pads. Mine is still there, still being used as a parking pad, and the other one is still there, but the previous owner to this person, she had her daughter with her and a small child, and they wanted room in the backyard to play. They did not feel comfortable backing through the narrow right-of-way, and they were parking at the front, and so was one of my tenants. They got along fine. They both of them put side by side at the front, partly over their sidewalks. And they put a different fence in the rear, sloping it out, where it shouldn't really quite have sloped.
Okay, so sorry, Sheila,
hidden.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, but I think this is all great information, but I think we just wanted confirmation on the right-of-way and that the rear yard is
Well,
being used
there
for
are still
parking.
2 stone pads, concrete pads back there, but his doesn't show because of what's happened.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. I understand that that right-of-way, there's what I call a mutual right-of-way between the two properties, and that has to be maintained to give access not only to the property that we're dealing with, but to the adjacent property, number 17 Butterworth.
Yes.
Yes.
And so that may, Madam Chair, have an impact on the landscaping that's shown on that plan.
Great comment, Member Macaulay, but I think we need to clarify a couple of things here. So I just need confirmation, because when we go to the applicant, we'll get that confirmation from them as well. When you say it's a right-of-way, is there a registered right-of-way? Is there a mutual access agreement?
Yes.
It's all official, it's easement, okay.
That's why the survey shows it as a right-of-way.
That's fine. I just want confirmation, then we'll check with the applicant as well. Okay, thank you very much, Sheila. Any further questions for Sheila? Okay, thank you, Sheila. Thank you for the time that you took to speak with us today.
Thank you.
We're now going to speak with a neighbor who has registered to speak with us virtually. And staff, can we please have Allison Bedoya and Graham Hills, please? Hello, are you with us? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead,
Okay.
Allison. You have 5 minutes, Allison, so tell us what your concerns are.
Okay, so our concerns, we'd sent the letter. We're not adverse, obviously, to having the revitalization of the. We think that that's a good thing. We had some questions. I think the gas venting question was answered by Dale from Trenton. We do have We did have trouble hearing Dale from Trenton, but I believe what he said was that it was keeping at 11 inches with some stucco on it. 11 inches would mean you didn't need to apply for a variance. So we're unclear what's happening.
Okay, so we'll get
That
that
it's,
clarification.
at the point, we're not really sure.
Okay, so sorry, we will get that clarification from the applicant. Please carry on.
Okay, yeah, so we just like to have that right now, 22.5 inches between the two houses. So any variance to that with our ability to be able to get in there and do any repairs if needed, on both sides of the house. He spoke to, I think, the fence and retaining wall and stuff like that. We're fine with that. The drainage is a concern for us, especially limited spaces between the house and the impact it could have on the foundation if it were to come down on the left side or on the west side. So that's something we were looking for clarification on. It was unclear to us where it will drain. The east truss, will it be the front? We don't want it to be the west, especially with that limited space. And our other concern was really around was there a shadow survey done? So the plans and drawings that were provided didn't accurately reflect the size of our home and our property. So it's hard to see that would actually then build back more. Will there be an impact to our light and privacy as a result of the structure? And was there a shadow survey or any type of survey or study is what we're curious about. Anything on this? Yep. Yeah, other than that, I think most of the questions have been answered.
Okay, thank you, Allison. Any questions for Allison?
So we're gonna there. Yeah, you're welcome.
It's a bit of a delay. Any questions? I see none. Okay, yes, Member Taylor, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Allison. If I can ask, I believe I'm looking at your house on Google Street View. How far back into the lot does your house go? It's obviously a new build. It appears, I'm having trouble looking at the length of it from the street view, but
it's a 5 feet in length, give or take. I'm not sure of the exact measurements, and I don't have my plan in front of me, but it is about 55 feet. So that's why we're just trying to get a sense of will there be an impact.
So you can't tell from looking at the plans for what's proposed here, you can't tell how they sort of line up with your house?
No, because I believe in the plans it shows our house when it was a bungalow and we bought it as an already 2-story.
No. The plans.
So it's just hard for us to determine how they line up.
Sorry, if I may interrupt, the plans submitted with this proposal are for what is proposed, not what is there.
It does show the whole length of the...
Right.
It does show the whole length of the proposed building next door to you. I'm just curious.
Yeah, we can't
You're
tell.
concerned about privacy, so I'm just concerned if he's building the same length as you, you don't really have a very good argument for privacy. If he's projecting...
Yeah, and it's hard for us to tell what the full length will be.
It's 50...
the way that it shows here.
The applicant, you've asked the question, the applicant can address it.
And
Okay.
if I may add, it's on the site plan. The length of the proposed building, not the existing, the proposed building is 55 feet, 7.5 inches. 56 feet, 7.5 inches. How does that relate to your house length, Allison? You said it's approximately 55?
Yeah, it should be comparable. We just want to ensure that it is.
Okay.
The way that picture you showed previously actually shows that where the property, the house is smaller than it is. So we just want to see in relation to make sure that it doesn't overshoot to our, past our house and limit some of the size. We're just curious.
No, it's a fair question, not a problem. So based on what we have here at the committee, the plans that have been submitted show a house that is 56 feet, 7.5 inches long. So that will help you understand the relationship between your home and what's being proposed. And then also when the applicant comes back, we will get confirmation from him as well. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Taylor. Any further questions? I see none. Okay. Well, we are now going to go back to Dale, the applicant, to respond to the concerns that have been raised by the speakers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we definitely understand some of the neighbors' concerns. I can probably rework the driveway so that we don't affect that right of way, so we can maintain it. Even if you realistically you can't get a car back there. I mean, you're gonna clip your mirrors or something, but maybe they managed to get it back there. I hadn't seen any cars back there, but we can leave the right of way as is. I can even lose my variance for the wider driveway, and I can make up the difference for my landscaping strip from the driveway and my sidewalk. So I can reduce that, and you could make that as a condition that I still maintain my requested landscape area and still maintain the asphalt right of way there.
So
Satisfy the neighbor. And
how much would that be? So so in looking at your plan here, what's shown on your property is 1.14 to 1.18. So how much, what difference would there be once you, let's say, bring it back to what it should be?
sure. So I've got, it's from the front property line back, it's 4.2 meters. We, off the top of my head, are only required to have a 2.5 meter wide driveway leading up to the garage. So I could have a landscape strip on either side to make up for that difference from the front wall of the house.
Okay, so it's throwing me off here, so help me out. So in terms of your variances, what impact, which variances would be impacted? And have you, so to walk us through the variances that would be affected and or revised?
Sure. Yeah, it would just be the one for the soft landscaping in the front yard there. So as I said, what I could do is I can narrow the driveway, take it to the minimum, get a landscape strip between the existing right of way and our proposed driveway leading up to the garage there. And I can, because I've got right now 3.25 meters, and that would also eliminate the driveway variance because it's 3.25 instead of the maximum 3.2. So we could lose that. I could take the driveway down to 2.5 meters in width. That's going to give me 750 strip there. We've got 1.18 meters from the house to the center of the right of way.
Okay, so let's focus on the two variances which are on the screen. I believe variance 8 and 9. So how do we? So tell me, give us the numbers here.
So the number 9, we would cancel that one. That wouldn't be applicable because we would be less than the 3.2 meter maximum driveway width. And then number 8, I can leave that at the 8.44 square meters and make it work with the driveway there. If you understand where I'm going with this, and the sidewalk. Because I don't have to have the sidewalk necessarily 3'6", so I can make up the difference by still keeping at the 8.44 square meters for soft landscaping in the front yard.
Okay.
And at least that'll satisfy and provide some relief and to the neighbor that we won't affect the existing right of way.
Okay, so Dale, just a thought here. Do you think it would be prudent for you to go back and revise your drawings and perhaps take a more careful approach to this as opposed to doing this on the floor today?
Yeah, if you feel it's necessary, I'm not going to. We could deal with it. Have a deferral for the next available meeting and just have these numbers a little tighter because obviously I didn't know that we were going to be necessarily dealing with that today. So.
Okay, no, it does affect, right? So I think it's important to flush that out because you particularly don't want to be in a situation where you're in contravention of an easement or a right-of-way, right? So you want to be careful as well. So I just want to check with my committee members here. So committee members, any thoughts on the deferral to give the applicant the opportunity to refine the variances and refine some, it is a tight site, so we have to be careful here. Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment on that. Since the applicant is willing, has shown interest to make certain amendments in variance number 8 and 9, and as Dale was saying, he's willing to reduce the driveway to 2.5. I just want you to have an attention towards the, Dale, if you have seen the transportation section report where there is an advice that the minimum driveway which should be 2.5, so that is one of the points. So not to bring less than 2 point.
Yes.
I mean, the minimum from the transportation section is 2.6. So I think that should be maintained too, if he's willing to make amendments.
Yeah, so I think thank you for that, Member State. I think it's important, especially hearing that as well, that you may want to go back to the drawing board and sort of make some refinements and confirm the variances before, and then we can certainly hear you at the next hearing or after. So staff, should the committee, well, first of all, we'll get confirmation from the applicant for deferral, and should the committee defer, would we be able to bring it back to the next hearing, should the applicant be ready, or would you do it sine die?
Sine die.
Okay, thank you. So Dale, before we proceed, can we please have confirmation from you that you're indeed requesting a deferral?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, and as you just heard, staff, we may not be able to put you back up to the next hearing, so it would have to be sine die. I think it gives you the flexibility as well. So if that's okay with everyone, then let's proceed with a motion for deferral. So members of the committee, motion?
Yes, I think it's a good idea, Madam Chair. So I would move that this item be deferred to sine die so that the drawings can be reworked.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member McCauley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second that motion. I think it's in everyone's best interest to give a little bit of extra time and thought to this.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously and the application has been deferred sine die.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, we just want to clarify that it's sine die at the request of the applicant to address concerns brought up by their neighbors, and new plans would be submitted.
So new plans will be submitted, Dale?
Yes, particularly for the right-of-way situation in the driveway and the landscaping, so.
Okay.
And I can put that in, with a waiver, so.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for confirmation. So the application's been deferred, and I'm sure we all know what to do. Okay, so let's move on to the next item, and that would be item number 4. Item 4 is 46 Fallingbrook Road. And I see that the applicant has registered to speak virtually, but I do have 2 registered speakers in person, Michael King and Carol Brown. Are you in? Perfect. So please come forward, have a seat, and I'll let you know when your turn's to speak. But I do want to check with others in attendance today. Is there anyone else in here to speak to 46 Fallingbrook Road? Yes, ma'am. Please, do you mind coming forward if you wish to speak? You can fill it and give it to staff. Right now, staff, can she fill in the form? Can she fill the form and give it to you and come forward to speak?
Through the chair, we'll assist her right now.
Perfect, thank you. So we do have another member in attendance today who wants to speak to this application. So while we're getting settled on that, we can start with the agent who has registered to speak with us virtually. So can we please have Felix online?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Felix. Felix, we're looking at your application for 46 Fallingbrook Road, and we do have some speakers in person as well. So we'll give you 5 minutes to make a presentation or tell us about your application, and then we'll speak with the neighbors who are in attendance today. So 5 minutes, and you can start now, Felix.
Okay, thank you. My name is Felix Leicher of 33 Fernwood Park Avenue. Before I start my presentation, I want to mention that I had discussions with my client and we would like to remove the variance number 3 for soft landscaping and change the proposal then to satisfy the soft landscaping requirements.
Okay, so just give us a second. So committee members, variance number 3 related to the minimum required soft landscaping area is being withdrawn at the request of the applicant today. Okay. Please make a note of that. Mm-hmm. And for all those who are listening or in attendance, variance number 3 for minimum required soft landscaping area is being withdrawn by the applicant. So we're left with 3 variances, variance 1, 2, and 4. Okay. All right, Felix, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the proposal in front of you now has 3 variances. The variance 1 is related to the 2-story house, which is currently under construction, almost completed. And we are proposing to fill in 2 voids on the interior, which will increase the FSI slightly to 0.57, while it was approved in the building permit stage at 0.5. There's no change proposed to the exterior of the building or the footprint. We believe that FSI is very moderate and in keeping with other properties in the neighborhood and what was approved at the Committee of Adjustment in recent years. The variants 2 and 4 relate to an ancillary structure in the rear yard, which our client already started construction and received a stop work order from the city. Our client was under the impression that we was permitted to build ancillary structures up to 160 square feet without a building permit. Unfortunately, he didn't take into consideration the zoning bylaw and also combined those 2 structures with a roof, so now making one big structure. You can see a picture of the structure under construction in my cover letter on page 4. I'm going to open that. So the structure consists of 2 buildings. One is a shed for the pool equipment, and the other one is a pool cabana, which will have a small powder room and 1 room. And both of these are combined with the open roof. The entire backyard is a privacy fence all around, and that structure in the back complies with all the setback requirements as well as the height requirements. There are only 2 variances. One is for the size of the building. It's 0.11% larger than permitted. And the other one, as the structure is there, the house occupies most of the allowed coverage. The flat structure, the lot coverage is now proposed at 40.8%, or 33 square meters above what is permitted. Similar structures, like similar size, are found throughout the neighborhood, as you can see on the next page. If you move over to the next page, backing up to my client's property, there's a 2-car, one before. Page 5, please. You can see in the upper picture, you can see that our neighbor that is on Courtelet, so backing up to the property, on 63 Courtelet, there are 2 sheds in the backyard, and on 59 Courtelet Road, there's 1 double garage very close to the property line. Similar lot coverage have been approved in the close proximities on Fallingbrook Road itself. Very recently, there was on 54 Fallingbrook, 46.3% lot coverage was approved, on 6 Fallingbrook, 45, and at 41 Fallingbrook Road, 41%. In the bigger context, there would be many more examples to mention. But be aware that our client started construction without a building permit this is just for the ancillary building. And he should not have done so. We still believe that the requested variances, and that's what we're hearing here today, stand the test and appropriate for the property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh. Thank you for that. Members of the committee, any questions? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sir, you've agreed to eliminate variance 3. I'm just wondering how you're achieving that. Are you changing your plans? You're increasing the soft landscaping by about 30 square meters. How are you achieving that?
Most of the backyard will be soft landscaping. Like what's not covered by the pool is already included in soft landscaping, and then the pavers which you saw on the pictures will be removed.
Sorry, what will be removed?
The paving which you saw on the pictures. If you go on page 4, please, of my submission, there are currently concrete pavers already installed for the landscaping, and they will be removed again.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So that paving right there.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Any further questions? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. It's the same question, really. You need to provide 50% of soft landscaping in the rear. You're taking out the pavers. You're obviously leaving the swimming pool. And I assume you're leaving the 2 sheds with the roof over top. I don't see how you're going to achieve 50%.
We made the calculation. We short 27 square meters because the pool surface is all included in the soft landscaping calculations by law. So everything you see between the house and the ancillary structure will be more or less soft landscaping.
Okay, and so the sheds and the roof over the sheds are not changing? But you can still achieve 50% of the rear yard in landscaping? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, let's move on to speak with our neighbors who have registered today. So can I please call upon Michael King to speak?
Great, thank you. Madam Chair, committee, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for your time today. So, yeah, I'm respectful of the need to improve the neighborhood, but often the cost that brings to the community around. This entire process has been a real challenge, not only for myself, but also for my neighbors in the area. There's been a clear breach in terms of what was approved for this property. There has been a couple of key aspects which have been touched on. One, the pool. The pool was installed. This is not a minor variance issue. This is a major variance. There's drainage issues attached to that. It was approved. It was not approved and it was installed. So it's now full of water. When work on this was initiated, we contacted the city. He was asked to stop. The builder continued and the city had to come back again and ask him to stop again. The same with the shed. The shed is not a minor variance. It was initially going to be one garden shed for tools. It's now an entertainment area with the potential for accommodation. That poses a longer term challenge for us. So we now have 2 sheds. We now have a roof over that, and that's going to project sound out directly, virtually into my neighbor's property, Carol, who will be presenting today. So my primary concern was around the fact that the pool was installed without any approval. Work continued even though they were asked to desist. The shed, the same thing happened. And then we've had trees cut down, a tree in the back and a tree in the front. There were no notices presented to the community for the cutting down of either of those trees. So I'm concerned about the fact that there seems to be a philosophy of we can breach pay and get away with it. And I think that precedent needs to be stopped. I think people need to respect the bylaws of this city and the community. There are people that have lived in this road for over 30 years. Carol brings her husband home on weekends. He suffers from strokes. He sits in the backyard. He seeks the peace. He lives in a care home elsewhere in the week. This is having a detrimental impact not only on him but also on the community. The sheds that have been shown were built historically. They are not used for the purposes of entertainment or accommodation. They're used for storage. So there's a fundamental difference in the utility of these structures. The removal of the pavers that we've had mentioned is going to be a situation where those will be applied by somebody else after this investment property has been sold. So what is preventing the next owner from coming along and quietly installing those pavers, getting us back to where we are today? So I have a concern with all of these developments and the fact that there seems to be a mentality of we will breach, pay a fine and move on and do what we like. It has to be stopped. Our community and our streets need the protection of this committee in order to accomplish that. And I ask that, the presentation that I've presented before you is testimony to our concerns, particularly the fact that you can go ahead and cut down a tree as quickly as possible in the hope that nobody will notice. Well, people did notice. So that is my case. I'm going to leave the rest of the comments to my colleagues. I appreciate your time today and hope that you'll take these comments to heart for us. Thank you very much.
So before you go, I have a question, and again, this is something that I have to ask.
Please.
And we did hear your concerns overall and the impact on the neighbors and the community. But I do, as I said, I have to ask, is there any one in particular? So pool is permitted, right? It's not a zoning bylaw issue. Whether they got a permit or not, that's a different story, and that's something that we can't help you with. And
Okay.
I think the right thing was done where the stop work order was provided and whatnot. But we can't help you with the pool. What we can help you today with is the paving, which, as you heard from the applicant, he is willing to remove all the pavers, restore the required soft landscaping requirement in the rear yard. To your point, what if the next person comes in and does it? I can do that today if I want to, right? So it's the same situation.
Yep.
And again, there are ways to deal with it. If you notice in the community, absolutely, you did the right thing. Contact the city, and the city will take the necessary steps. So I think we can sort of pass that. Now, the accessory building. So as all property owners, we can have accessory buildings. However, what's being proposed today is why we're here today. If this particular person went and built in accordance with the bylaw, we wouldn't be here, but there would still be an accessory building, right? So we're here to talk about the size of the accessory building today, okay? So I want to confirm with you, you have concern, and I know you talked about the usage of it for accommodation and entertainment, and I think I'm not a zoning expert here, but I would say that I don't think the use is stipulated in an accessory building, and the climate that we're living in today with all the housing and 4 units as of right, anyone can have and go and put in units in the backyard as well. Keep that aside for a moment. What is your concern with the size of the building? Do you have a concern with the size of the building? It's not the use.
Thank you. Yes, I do. It runs end to end the width of the property. This is not a small shed in the corner of the property, as we were led to believe would be the case.
Sorry, say that again?
The shed, the building that you're seeing in the back, runs end to end the width of the property.
So there are 2 structures, and then it's covered.
The roof over the top.
Okay, so overall, you feel that it's large.
It's completely excessive.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Really, at the end of the day, I think that we need to be considerate of this. I appreciate the fact that you say that the pool is in. Well, I guess the horse is bolted on that one. My question is also, there should have been an inspection ongoing on this.
What I meant to say was that I don't think the zoning stops anyone from having a pool. I think we're all entitled to have a pool. It's just that you have to get the right permit to do that, right?
So what is the step with that? Are we saying that this permit for the pool has now...
So we're not here for the pool.
Okay.
We can only deal with the things that are before us today. We can deal with accessory building, we can deal with the rear yard soft landscaping, and we can deal with all the variances that are here today.
So would the pool be taken as a separate matter then?
Pool is a separate matter. You'll have to deal with the city through, I guess, the building permit department.
Thank you.
To deal with the pool and what's going on with the pool. As I said, I don't believe the zoning says you can't have a pool, but when you have a pool, you have to have it the right way.
Okay, and the tree
and
issue?
That's something that you can talk to building department.
Great. The tree issue?
The tree, we did, the staff did circulate the application to Urban Forestry. We did receive comments. The condition that has been imposed, so should the committee approve this today, the condition to obtain a permit, I believe, it's condition number 2. So there is a condition from Urban Forestry that the applicant be required to obtain a permit,
So he was required to obtain a permit, no permit was obtained, is that
Let
correct?
me see, what exactly is condition number 2? Can someone read it out?
Through the chair. The condition is the submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove a privately owned tree as per City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 8, 13, Trees, Article 3, Private Tree Protection.
So he's required to obtain a permit.
So he is and he did not.
Sorry?
He did not, do we know if the permit was issued?
We will ask the applicant when he...
Okay, thank you very much, because there were 2 trees removed. One in the back, which is private, one on the pavement, the sidewalk, I guess.
So
you
we'll
call
get that confirmation. I don't have that information.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your
Thank
time.
you very much. Okay. So can we now have the next speaker, Carol Brown, please?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Community Adjustment members. My name is Carol Brown, and I live at 48 Fallingbrook Road. And my husband and I, my family, have lived there for over 33 years. And I'm a little concerned about the quality of life and that the impact of having that large shed in the backyard. I have been, I'll just go back a little bit. I'm actually been a very, very good neighbor as far as this builder was concerned. I took his word as his word, and I probably should have asked a few more questions. I came home from work one day and I saw this huge building in the backyard. And I phoned Frank, I guess he's the project manager. I think he's co-owner, or his son is the owner of the house. And I said, hey, Frank, what's that building in the backyard? He says, it's a shed. And I said, it's a huge shed. It takes the whole backyard. Now, I've lived there for over 33 years. It was a nice, quiet backyard, and I'm not opposed to people putting sheds up. It doesn't really bother me, but I look out and I look south more. So it's not like my neighbors around me bother me so much. It's like I'm facing that huge building. I said to him, I said, listen, do you have a permit for this? He said, oh yes, I have a permit. He rhymed off the certain specs. And I said, you know, I said, after I got off the phone, I thought, you know what, I'm going to do a little digging into this. And that is when I found out, no, he did not have a permit for the shed. And no, he did not have a permit for the pool. I understand that the pool is a different argument today, but I'm a little concerned about the shed. It's huge. Now, and like he's saying that it's 2 sheds. Well, it's not really 2 sheds. It's one sort of a fair-sized building and a pool cabana on the opposite side, closer to mine. And in the middle, he has the pool pump, and then he has put a roof right over all of the buildings, so it's all attached. And I just wanted to say something. When Felix is not saying something that's correct. Frank, he didn't stop on his own accord.
Carol, I hate to do this, but I would have to...
Okay, all right. How does it impact me? I'll tell you how it impacts.
I think that's more important. Permits, how it all happened.
Okay. All right.
Just being...
I will tell...
more time to speak to your... I'm trying to give you more time to speak to your actual concerns.
Okay, so I'll tell you how it impacts me. I sit in my backyard. My husband's had 2 strokes and is wheelchair bound. So he spends most of his time out on the deck. He has audio sensitivities, which means that noise bothers him. That huge structure everything is going to be coming back to me because there's no other, it's all the sound, everything in that backyard is going to be reverberating back to me. And I have a problem with that after living in that house for over 33 years. I said, I don't mind a pool shed, I don't mind a cabana, but what he's building is not right. And I don't understand why people who lived in the neighborhood for a long time don't have their rights respected either. So, and like I said, I've been a great neighbor. And so really what he's asking for is retroactive permission for what he's already put in place. And I have a problem with that. Anyways, thank you for listening to me, and have a great day.
Thank you. Just bear with me, Carol. I think committee members have a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, a question to you. And what he has built and what is before us is the 2 sheds and the roof, that whole structure in the backyard. And I understand that you live in the property immediately adjacent to that backyard. So I think, and I may be wrong, that the 2 structures and the roof have a solid wall between them at the back. And I'm looking whether that solid wall actually acts as a noise fence for you, so that if you have the 2 structures and the wall, you're not going to hear the noise of the pool and the people in the backyard. It acts as a noise barrier.
I'm not too sure about that. I can hear a lot of things in the backyard.
So, question, because I'm not positive looking at the drawings, the 2 sheds, is there, from the ground to the roof of the shed, is there a wall?
Well, it's a shed, like it has a wall all around it. Like
Right, so you got 2 sheds. Is there anything connecting those 2 sheds
there's a roof.
other than the roof?
Not at this point.
So, okay, so there's nothing at the rear property line connecting those that would act as a fence and mitigate any noise from the pool?
Member Macaulay, we'll have a photo up there, which may help you.
There's the size of it.
Yeah, no.
That's not a shed.
Not this. Can you go to the cover letter?
See, it looks like there's a fence in the backyard there.
Applicant material. So it's, yes, in this document, I think that gives the good picture there, right there.
Yeah, that fence, is that your fence?
It's a mutual fence. I didn't have a fence before the builder started working. We just had some nice bushes, had lots of trees, lots of birds. Okay. Now I have a fence that the builder put in. So that doesn't really block noise. It's not that high. It doesn't block noise. You can see that structure is coming.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. That answers my question.
And I don't.
And you're on the right side, Carol, right?
I live right beside it. And I actually been very good to this builder as far as giving him right away onto my property and everything. I asked him for one thing. I said, that shed is way too big.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? If not, we can move on. All right. Thank you, Carol, for taking the time. May I request the next speaker, please, to come forward and let us know what the concerns are.
Madam Chair and all others, my name is Marion O'Brien, and I live kitty corner. I live right behind Carol, actually, and so I would like to...
So what's your address, ma'am?
Pardon me?
What is your address?
63 Courcelette.
Okay, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Okay. I would like to address the distance between the shed and actually my neighbor's fence. I think he sent in a letter, but he's not here. So at one point, where the big shed is, I believe it's less than 20 inches to my neighbor's line, and the smaller shed is 16. I'm not sure what the distance should be, but I feel that it's too close, and as it stands right now, it doesn't have any siding on it, nor any eaves on it. So when they put that on, it's going to be right almost over my neighbor's fence. That fence that you were questioning a few minutes ago actually was put in by the builder. So maybe that will help. The pool and these two buildings seem to be all connected with the house. So I wonder if they constitute two separate buildings. I was in conversation with Frank and the neighbor, and they talked about the larger shed being a guest house. So I don't know what that means, but that concerns me. And the noise and the impact of perhaps parties going on. So the second thing I was concerned about was the constructing of interior alterations. We didn't know what any of that was, and Frank told the neighbor that it wouldn't affect anybody outside. It would just be something inside. So I don't know what that's all about, but I am concerned about it. We don't know what the alterations are. And given that the builder contractor operates with no permit, who knows what's going to happen? I was never informed. They tore down a building and they built another building up, and we were never informed, or I was never informed, that there was going to be a pool there or these sheds. I'm not sure if that's legal or not. Anyway, I'm here to support the neighbors who are perhaps closer to the actual site there, and who have many concerns. And so that's what I bring forth today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary. Any questions for Mary? Member Said.
Thank you, Mary. Mary, could you repeat your address? You told 59 Corsilac?
63.
Oh, 63. Okay, I'm fine. Thank you.
They're here, and I'm like kitty corner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lon. Okay, so can we please have Felix back online? Hello, Felix.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
Yes,
Felix.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Please respond to the concerns that were raised by the speakers.
Yeah, thank you. So the first point of the trees which were removed before the construction of the main building, these were removed after permits from urban forestry were obtained. So everything was according to bylaw and the trees were removed legally. Otherwise, concerns the neighbors mentioned, the main concern which I could hear out of those who spoke was the size of the shed, and maybe some concerns about noise and privacy. The size of the shed, I want to mention that the bylaw allows an as of right of 42.5 square meters, and the proposed shed or constructed shed is 43 square meters, so it's half a square meter larger than would be permitted. That is,
so 0.
seems quite minor to me.
Sorry,
0.49.
0.49.
Yeah,
Okay.
0.49 square meters larger than permitted as of right. The concerns about privacy and noise in the backyard seems a little difficult to me because the neighborhood is full of families and full of pools. Every second house has a pool and has accessory structures, outdoor barbecues, and so on. Out there, even Mr. King has a huge pool and just heard landscaping in his backyard. There's also a picture of his backyard on page 6 if you want to review that. There will always be noise in the backyards of these family neighborhoods, and I think we should not really discuss this here. We should focus on the variances. It's unfortunate that this was built and upset the neighbors that it was built before the permit was issued. But if we just have a look at the variances, I believe that it should be considered minor and appropriate. Happy to answer any more questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. You said you obtained the permit, the urban forestry permit, because we have a recommended condition, I believe, from urban forestry to require a permit. So you said you already have that?
There was a permit in place for the removal of the trees which were removed before the house was built. Like we're not talking much about the house today, we're talking mainly about the shed, but there's a 2-story new built home in front of this shed. And there was tree removal required for that. For that part, there was a permit obtained.
Through that process,
So,
understood.
Through that process, yes.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll start with Member McKay, and then we'll go to Member Macaulay.
Felix, it seems to me that if you made even a modest reduction of one of those accessory buildings, let's say the larger shed, that you'd meet the bylaw standard. You wouldn't need a variance for coverage. As I say, if you made a modest reduction, can you do that?
We can easily remove the variance number 4, which is for size of the structure, but the one for lot coverage, we are like roughly, what was that? We have 33 square meters above the permitted lot coverage. So that only allows for a very small auxiliary building. If we would comply with that. And that's that's the reason why we're here. This variance number 2. And as we were going for that, the client also decided to go for the variance number 1, which is changes to the house under construction.
I was just speaking to number 4, variance number 4. For the ancillary buildings and lot coverage. Don't you agree? A modest reduction there could bring you within that, within the bylaw standard.
Number 4, I agree completely. Yeah.
You agree completely? Okay.
For number 4, but number 2, we will have a hard time to comply because that will only allow us a size, I think, less than 10 square meters of an additional building in the back.
Yeah, so it's like a double-edged sword here. So we're trying to control the ancillary through 2 separate mechanisms here, through the lot coverage and the size. So he may be able to, as you said, or as you recommended, be able to remove variance number 4, but they still would be into a little bit of a tricky situation with number 2.
Thank you.
Correct.
Member McKay, is there anything else?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Member Macaulay.
I think I've got the same questions. We have an FSI variance here at 0.57 FSI versus 0.5, and that gives them a square footage of 242 square meters versus 212. Yeah, that's what that says up there.
Yes.
Even if you take off the shed, you still need a variance for your FSI, and your coverage is 40% versus 33%. So again, the existing size of the house that you have built has put you over the FSI and over the coverage. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So the FSI, the house is currently built at 0.5 or 0.49. There are 2, if you go to page 1, that's page 1 of my submission.
Okay.
That shows you the second floor plan of the existing house, house under construction, almost completed. In this house, the areas in green are two-story spaces. There are voids from the main floor up to the second floor, bringing light down to the kitchen and the living area. My client is now proposing to fill in these two voids and creating an office and another bedroom. So that
So that's what gets your addition.
that triggers variance number
FSI.
1. Yeah, that's
So it's not,
correct.
it's not the
That no change to the exterior.
Yeah, so you're asking for an FSI of 0.57 instead of 0.5, not just for the sheds, but also to enlarge the building and fill in the space between those two green areas. That's what I understand. And then your coverage
The shed,
additionally goes up to 40% versus 33. Okay, thank you.
to specify this, the
Please go ahead, Felix.
okay. To specify this, the FSI is only triggered by the changes to the building, so those two green fillings, and the coverage is only triggered by the shed or cabana.
Does that
So
help
the
you?
house doesn't change on the exterior. The house is within the permitted lot coverage. We only want to change the FSI for the house. The lot coverage is only triggered by the shed.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I've got my questions.
That was very helpful. Thank you for flagging that, because I was also confused whether the FSI increase was triggering the lot coverage. I think that's good to clarify. So again, for those of you listening, the FSI increase that is being requested today is due to the result of two voids being filled in within the main house, and then it has nothing to do with the lot coverage. Variance number 2 lot coverage has to do with the accessory building that's being built. And from what I gather, based on Member McKay's recommendation or discussion with the applicant, again, I would need confirmation, would be removing variance number 4. Felix, can you confirm, are you withdrawing variance number 4?
If that is required or suggested, yes, yes.
Okay, so Member McKay, because it came from you, I would like to confirm with you, are your thoughts still, and now that we have an understanding that that it is indeed minor, it is 0.05 increase. Do you still?
Yeah, if I may, I think it's just important for us all to realize before we move forward on this, it's a half a square meter,
Yeah.
which is 5 square feet, which is this by this. I mean, it doesn't bother me, but I'm respectful if the majority wishes to enforce that reduction. But I just don't think it's not going to be tangibly noticeable or impactful or anything else.
Yeah, it won't reduce the impact.
And it could change the plans for the ancillary buildings. I would think it has to, because
They'll have to shave it somewhere.
you got to shave it off, like 3 inches off the wall or so. I don't know. It doesn't. It's
Okay.
to me, it's not germane or significant or problematic. But that's just me.
No, I hear you, and I don't think it's going to resolve the problem that we've heard, right? So, Member McKay, we're respectful of your recommendations. So if you still want to propose that.
I'm not sure, Madam Chair. It seemed like an easy way to reach the bylaw standard.
Okay.
But Member Taylor is quite correct. It's sort of neither here nor there in terms of the look and size of the shed.
Okay.
But I understood the applicant, Felix, felt that he could take my proposal and meet the bylaw standard. Am I incorrect on that?
Yes, like it's already built, so we'll need to shave something off somewhere. It includes the roof as well, so he quite likely can reduce the overhang in the location. I would prefer not to do it, but as I said,
Okay.
be open.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm sure it'll come up in the conversation. Member Said.
Just a last question. Felix, I am still trying to understand, need some more clarity. So the lot coverage has been, it's exceeding 33 square meter, the lot coverage. And you said the lot coverage is triggered because of the shed. Now, in variance number 4, even if you reduce it, which another member has pointed out is a very minor, is there is a way to, because we heard many of these speakers and they were saying the shed is very large or the lot coverage was questioned. How the lot coverage could be reduced? Or variance number 1, is there is any way to refine the variance number 1?
No, not variance one.
Variance number 2, the lot coverage, which is 33 square meter exceeding than what is permitted.
The lot coverage includes the entire roof, so I think it's in keeping with what's in the neighborhood, but if we need to reduce that, we can cut out the roof between the two sheds. I don't know if it's beneficial for anybody. It does not look better. It doesn't shade anybody less. It doesn't have any impact on sound. Maybe it even contains the sound more if there's a roof above.
So just for a mathematical exercise, Felix, if you remove the roof, how much lot coverage would you be at? That's just a mathematical exercise.
I've done that before. We're coming down to 36.5% and 154.
Yeah. So then you think about that. Remember, say 2 accessory structures minus the roof still takes you to 36%. They'd still meet, and let's say Felix removes the size of the ancillary building and complies with the zoning, you're still left with 2 structures.
So these 2 structures are standing at the 2 extreme ends of
yes, and it's
at the end, right? And in between there is a roof there.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, there will be two
Yes.
structures there.
Yes.
Okay.
Which he can technically have if he meets the zoning requirement for the ancillary buildings at 42.51.
But that is one of the biggest concern raised through many of these speakers, because it's looked like a one structure, apparently, although these are 2, and look like a very big structure from one corner to the other corner of the lot, totally covering the other neighbors there. So if the roof is removed, I think it can solve some of the issues too. I mean, that could be one of the options.
So if you look at the picture on the screen, if you remove the roof, you still have the 2 structures. Okay, all right. I think we had a good hearing.
Thank you,
Member
Madam
Hawley.
I'm just going to comment on the roof. Mr. Mohammed, I understand removing the roof, but I don't think that really aids the property at all. I see that roof as actually containing noise from the structures, whatever party they have in between on the patio. If it's an open patio, you get more noise than if you've got a patio with a roof. You're still going to need these variances. It's I really don't see that reducing the size of the structures or the size of anything really helps very much. Remembering even that the existing house adds to it because he wants to fill in some space there. I understand where the community comes from, which is why I was asking about the noise and the shadow and impact on the adjacent properties. But it seems to a certain extent that they were happy with the fence at the back. What they're not happy with is that he's gone ahead and done all these things without appropriate permits. But that's a different issue than the appropriateness of it. So those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Okay.
If there's no other comments, I'm prepared to put forth a motion.
Not yet, and thank you for that. I will come to you, but I need to close the loop here procedurally. So if there are no comments, questions, I would like to take the matter into committee. Felix, we're taking the matter into committee, and I need your confirmation. You have withdrawn variance number
3 is not
Three,
saving.
3 is gone. And I just need, after what you heard, do you still wish to proceed with removing number 4, or do you want to leave it?
We'll leave number 4 in place.
Delete number 4, okay. So,
No, we leave.
oh,
we
sorry,
keep number
leave.
4.
Keep
We
number 4,
yeah.
okay.
Keep
All right.
number
Just
4.
just
Sorry.
a question, possibly for your benefit, Felix. Does deleting number 4 impact number 2?
Minimal, like
Very.
it's half a square meter, so
I'm looking
doesn't
at a
even
variance here,
come into the
correct to 2
percentage.
decimal points. You know, we're dealing with precision here.
Yes.
I just want to be careful. We can't, you know, we can't allow you to cover the lot by 40.8 if you're agreeing to shaving 3.5 inches off your
Roof.
cabana.
I think he wants to leave it, Member Taylor.
Oh, he said he wants to leave
Yes,
it.
we
Yeah.
will.
Yeah.
I thought you said.
Prefer to keep.
That's
I
what I
withdraw
thought too.
my question,
Yeah, he'll leave.
and I will now calm down.
Yeah, I think he misspoke.
No, I heard this, though. I heard it inaccurately as well. Okay, so again, just to calm everyone down, the only variance that is being removed is variance number 3, okay? So the application has been amended, okay. All right, so now we take the matter into committee. No going back and forth, except the committee members. You have to make a decision now. Member Macaulay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've had a really good discussion on this and understood what leeway there is and the impact of it. I'm prepared to approve the variance number 1, number 2, number 3 has been deleted, and number 4. All 1, 2, and 4 as shown on our variance report.
Thank you.
I don't think there's any conditions.
There was a condition from Urban Forestry, condition number 2.
All right, I will, he has said he has handled that, but it's not difficult to get confirmation that Urban Forestry is satisfied, so we'll add that condition.
Through the chair, sorry, just to clarify the motion, it's to approve as amended.
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, Member Macaulay just went through the ones that were, she's proposing to approve. So as amended, which means withdrawal of variance number 3. All right, so motion on the floor to approve the application as amended, subject to condition of Urban Forestry number 2. May I have a seconder, please?
Madam Chair, could I second it just with a very brief comment?
Yes, please.
I think this discussion reminded us of, all of us, of the significance of as of right. We heard a lot of very legitimate concerns about a big structure or 2 structures being built in the backyard. But when we think about what's permitted as of right, those structures don't offend side yards, height, or, most importantly, in variance 4, coverage. They're 5 square feet bigger than the bylaw allows. So I think if everybody could focus on and remember how significant what a person's rights are, to me, it makes this quite simple and straightforward, and I heartily endorse and second Madam Macaulay's motion. Thank you.
That's a great comment. I totally agree with you. So the motion was seconded by Member Taylor. All in favor of this motion? And all opposed? So Member Gary and Member Said opposed the motion. However, the application has been approved, subject to condition. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
We now move to item number 5, and item number 5 is 816 Meadowvale Road.
Oh, this is
Sorry, this is a deferral request, but we didn't deal with it at the beginning, so we now have to deal with, I know, we're still used to the old way. So 816 Meadowvale Road, we have a request for deferral. Can we please have the applicant, Valiuddin Mohammed, please, online?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Mohammed Sayed with MEC Racing, one of the authorized agents for this application before the committee today.
I have a different name. It's not Valiuddin Mohammed then.
This is Mohammed Sayed. I'm also an authorized agent with MEC Racing as well.
Okay, I just need confirmation from staff to confirm that. Just give me a moment, please.
Sure.
I'm sure you are. I just need, because I have a different name in front of me, so I just procedurally, I have to,
Definitely, yeah.
yeah, I have to
Sure.
confirm. You said Mohammed Saeed, right?
That's right.
Not the member Mohammed Saeed. He mentions that he is listed as the authorized agent or one of the authorized agents. So are you the authorized agent on the committee of adjustment application or on some other application?
No, it should be Waliuddin Muhammad because he's the principal of this organization. But with all the committee hearings, I'm the one representing the clients and the firm. So generally, I don't face an issue like this before. Like I've dealt with multiple hearings with Toronto before, but never faced this issue.
I'm sure you have not, but because it's a procedure thing, I just want to make sure I get confirmation from staff. Yeah.
No worries, ma'am.
Through the chair, the application form just has an individual listed as the authorized agent, not an organization. So this, the person speaking now isn't officially authorized.
So I need direction from staff here. How do we proceed then in this case? It's a procedure, it's a staff procedure thing, like.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may have a second.
Sure, please.
So this is just a deferral request. We've also sent an informal email to the Committee of Adjustment to defer this application today. So if there's any other issue, we'd just like a deferral for a future date.
No. We have your deferral request. It's not that. We just need confirmation on the agent application and applicant information. That's all it is. So just allow us a moment. We'll get to you.
No worries.
Through the chair, the deferral request was submitted via email, so we do have the request in writing. We don't necessarily need a presentation or verbal confirmation.
Okay, that's very helpful. So, Mohammed, you heard, well, thank you for attending today, but we may not need your confirmation because we do have a written submission requesting for deferrals, and that is good enough for us as a committee to consider that request. So thank you for your time. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So members of the committee, now we do have a written request for deferral. It was in the agenda package as well, requesting for a deferral of this application. And as the committee secretary treasurer advised us this morning, it is to allow the applicant to have further conversations with community planning to justify the request, to justify the variances.
Through the chair, to address concerns identified by community planning.
Okay. All right, not particularly any department, but just concerns, okay. Is there any concern with this request for deferral? No. I see none, okay, then can I please have a motion on this request for deferral? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for deferral of item 5, and this deferral requested from the applicant so that they can address the concern identified by the community planning, and this deferral is sine die.
And may I have a seconder, please? Member McKay, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I second that motion to defer.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried and the application has been deferred. And that would be sine die. Okay, moving on to the next item, item number 6. Item 6 is for 25 Garden Park Avenue. And I do not see any member of the public registered virtually. I want to ask members of public in attendance today, is there anyone here for 25 Garden Park Avenue? I see none. All right, let's move on. Can we please have the agent, Ali? Hello, Ali Shakiri.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ali Shakiri, 26 Shepherd Avenue East. Good morning.
Good morning. Ali, I'm getting some feedback. If you have other devices on, could you please mute them?
I don't have any device.
Okay, we'll try. I'm getting some feedback, so I'm not sure where it's coming from, but we'll start. Maybe we can all turn off our mics just to check. Okay, Ali, please go ahead. Do you have 5 minutes? Do you want to
Sure,
do you want to make a presentation or are you ready for questions?
happy to answer any question.
Okay, thank you. So members of the committee, any questions for Ali Shakiri? I'm getting some feedback, I don't know where, but there's one, how many variances? There's one variance on this application to permit the FSI of 0.54 versus 0.4 that's required. Member Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, Madam Chair, there is only one variance before the committee. And I would like Ali to elaborate on that, how this is going to be a minor variance, while the FSI is exceeding 100 square meter, more than that even.
Sure. The FSI is not a definitive scale to measure the mass. The building is in compliance with regards to the side yards, the front yard, rear yard, the height of the building also in compliance. So the building mass for this proposal is well within the perimeters that are defined by the zoning bylaw. Happy to say that even the side yards, we can reduce them to, we could have 90 centimeters. We are significantly leaving more side yards. When I mentioned that the FSI is not a definitive measure scale to measure the mass, I mean, for example, if if I eliminate one of the bedrooms on the second floor, that would drop the floor space index significantly without changing the mass. And what in this case we're trying to do is not to step out of the other boundaries that are defined by the zoning bylaw. We studied the neighborhood. We're not setting a new precedent or any sort of example. This has undergone the review by the planning department as well, and they don't have any objection. And we thought this is a reasonable proposal with sole variance. And one more thing, actually, I have to mention here is that this lot is less than a square meter over 697 square meters. So if this lot was 1 square meter less, then we would have been eligible for 0.5 FSI. And that was basically very weird, but you know, maybe if we had 0.5, we wouldn't have been here. But we, all in all, we thought that this is a reasonable proposal with sole variance without stepping any of the other boundaries defined by the zoning bylaw. And by the way, I too am getting some noise here, which is kind of interrupting. I'm not sure where it is from. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ali. Yes, I'm not sure what was going on, but we could hear, we heard you clearly. There was no interruption from our end in terms of receiving. Staff, you have a comment?
Through the chair, perhaps mute the YouTube video feed if the speaker's watching that at the same time.
So Ali, by any chance, do you have your YouTube going on?
No, it's only me and it's only this. I don't have any YouTube feed.
Okay. Okay, we're just checking on our end. Okay, let's carry on. Member Said, are you satisfied? Do you any follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a short question again. Ali, I am glad to see there is no urban forestry condition there. Just to getting it reconfirmed from you, because there are a couple of mature trees I can see there. So there is a result of this construction, no trees going to be injured or removed. Am I correct?
No, absolutely not. The trees are fairly distanced from the development, and we are not going to injure or remove any of the existing trees.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so there are no conditions from any department from what I can gather. Can I please have if there are no further questions or comments, are we ready for a motion then? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ali, for your elaborations on these questions. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item 6, and there are no conditions to this approval.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, Member Macaulay?
Madam Chair, I'll second that motion.
Right, and all in favor of this motion? Motion's carried and the application has been approved unanimously and no conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's start with the next one and see if we still have the feedback issue. So we now move to item number 7, and item number 7 is 20 Noreen Drive. There are no registered speakers here on my list. I want to check with members of public. Anyone here for 20 Noreen Drive? All right, ma'am, please come forward, and sir, please come forward. No, you're not. You do not wish to speak. You're just here to observe? Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. So we do have members of public here who are here to observe the item, 20 Noreen Drive. I do not see any virtual speakers registered. So we'll start with Jonathan, who is the agent. Hello, can we have Jonathan, please?
Morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, committee.
Good morning, Jonathan. So Jonathan, how would you like to proceed? There are no speakers here today. Do you want to make a presentation or do you want to go directly to questions?
I think there's just 2 quick points I'd like to make, and then maybe that would alleviate some of the questions. The building length is actually calculated to include the rear deck. The actual building length of the dwelling is 16.76 meters, which is below the 17-meter building length. The next quick issue I would like to address just is the dwelling height. The way the building addresses the street is actually as an 8.4-meter flat roof at the front. It is a pitched roof as we get towards the center of the house. So as it addresses the street, it's actually below the zoning bylaw requirement of 9 meters. And again, to reiterate, the length does include the rear deck, which is not covered. And I believe there was some confusion with the zoning examiner, but that has also been captured through the recommended condition of planning that would tie them to these plans, which would not permit them to enclose that deck or make that part of the livable area, because again, there is no FSI that is requested. I assume that might have been some of the questions. The next one just deals with the platforms at the front. The request for the platform in the front is for a second floor platform that does have a roof over it. That's what triggers that. There is no proposed platform to the rear. It is only overlooking the public realm in the front, none into the private realm in the back. And I think that's it, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, can you just clarify your comment on the height? So staff, can you please pull the front elevation fronting the street?
Actually, the side might be better, Madam Chair, if we were to go to the side.
Which one? The side? Okay, the side. Which?
One of the sides, yeah. It doesn't matter, either side, Madam Chair.
Any side, okay. This one?
That's perfect.
Okay.
So if we see there, the front flat, sorry, Matt, I was bumbling my words. I was nervous in front of you. The front flat roof, as we see that addresses Noreen, is actually 8.4 meters. That request for the height really is for that appropriated hip roof in the center. So both from the front and the rear, as it would address both the rear yard as well as the front yard, it is actually below the zoning bylaw compliant requirement, Madam Chair.
I didn't realize that I could ever make you nervous, Jonathan.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, no, that helps. That helps. I do not have a follow-up question. Member Macaulay, do you have any comments?
I have a question, and it may be that I didn't read the report correctly. I have a comment here that you have a sub-basement plan, and this side yard shows a door at the basement level at grade, and then it looks like another door to the sub-basement. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, really what that should actually read is a foundation plan, because that actually mirrors the basement itself. If we were to go to the basement plan as well as the sub-basement plan, those doors are all identified on both. That should really be labeled as a foundation plan.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure I'm any clearer, but as long as it's okay.
If we'd like to bring them up, we could look that the doors mirror itself to those cold rooms.
I just don't want you to build a basement and then build a second basement below the basement. If you can clarify that you're not doing that, that's fine.
No, we are not.
Okay, thank you.
You're not, okay. Okay. All right, so Jonathan, you did refer to community planning recommended conditions, so I assume you've read those and you have no concerns with those,
Yes.
as well as urban forestry?
No concerns with either, Madam Chair.
Okay, and just for record, for everyone, we did receive written submission, letter of objection, which is on file on record, and we did review those as well. It's on the agenda, okay? We had one letter of objection. Okay, committee members, if there are no further thoughts or comments or clarification required, can we please have a motion on this? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I find the proposal quite reasonable. I think it's notable that there's no FSI requirement here, no yard adjustments. The variances that are here, I'm satisfied are minor and meet the other tests under the Planning Act. So I move approval subject to the community planning 5-part condition and the urban forestry conditions 2 and 3.
Thank you, Member Taylor. And have a seconder, please. Member Said, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I second the motion for approval, subject to community planning and urban forestry condition number 2 and 3.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? Motion is carried unanimously and the application has been approved subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item number 8. Item number 8 is for 34 Hunt Club. And I don't see any registered speakers here virtually or in person, but I want to check. Anyone here for 34 Hunt Club Drive? 34 Hunt Club Drive, I see none. Okay. Can we please have the agent? It's the same agent, right? Ali?
Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd East for the record.
Okay.
Good morning again.
Good
afternoon.
So Ali, we're
Through
still
the
getting
chair.
the feedback. We didn't have any feedback from the previous caller, so I think there's some issue at your end. You may want to just double check.
Through the chair, just a reminder
I
to the
checked,
speaker.
checked
mute
if any of my
I just want to make sure, sir, you're muting everything, all of your devices.
I have only my PC screen here. I actually moved my handheld device out of the room. None of my colleagues are inside the room. Nobody has a YouTube feed, none whatsoever. This is the first time happening. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
And I work for the committee very often, so it's the first time. I'm not sure what's the technical issue. Maybe my PC has a problem.
Do you think
I'm
you're,
unsure.
yeah. Do you think there's something in the background maybe? Just check your windows if there's any window open or anything.
No, ma'am, nothing. But you want to just skip this and hear the next, so that I check a few other things before we, or should I proceed?
Let's give it a try. Let's proceed. I don't want to unnecessarily alter the agenda if we don't have to. It all depends on the level of conversation. If we do go into details, and I'll let you know. Okay. Well, let's see how this works. So this is for 34 Hunt Club Drive. We have two variances. And as I said, I have no registered speakers. There's no one here in public, so this may be quick. Committee members, sorry, before I do, Ali, do you have any comments at this time?
Yeah, just wanted to mention that the FSI that we're proposing for this case, we did have a case study for the neighborhood. I submitted some support material. Pardon me. Some of the very close properties, such as number 31 Hunt Club, is being approved for 0.77 times, which is more than what we're asking here. We don't think if we are entitled to that if somebody else has been approved for. Just wanted to tell you that we have done our study, and to make sure that we're not setting a new precedent. And the side yard, the wall height variance is just for the eaves trough on the sides. The overall height of the building is in compliance with the zoning bylaw. And no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarification, in your variance, number 1, did you confirm the conversion to square meters for your proposed FSI? So the proposed FSI is 0.73 times the lot area, but the mathematical conversion to square meters is less than your permitted?
Yes, 0.73 times equals to, let me double check that.
Yeah,
maybe.
in theory, it should be more than 279, but I want to give you the chance to confirm that, although we would just go with the FSI, not the square footage.
Yeah, there might be some error. Just let me double check. 0.73 times.
Yeah, something doesn't jive right, and I'm looking at zoning matrix as well.
That 279, the existing, without variance, is 279 square meters. I have an explanation actually for that. The way the bylaw is written, it says 0.5 times or 279 square meters. So that one, so basically 259.24 equals 0.73.
So you think there's an issue with the permitted FSI conversion to square footage?
Yes.
Okay.
So the variance is correct.
Okay, because I'm also looking at your plan, at your site plan, which has the zoning matrix on it. And on that, your GFA is listed as 259.12 square meters. So I think 0.73 does equate to 259. It's the conversion of the permitted FSI that may be inaccurate there. But for ease of everyone, what I'm going to suggest is maybe we don't look at the square meters and we only focus on the FSI. Okay?
That would be very nice. Thank you.
Yeah, so from 0.5 to 0.73.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. But I do confirm that on the plans, the proposed GFA is 259.
Through the chair, I
Yes. And
just
to 0.73, yes.
Ali, can you just wait on for a second? Yes, staff?
Through the chair, could we just have the applicant confirm that they would like to strike out the references to the square meters in their variance?
Yes, that's correct. Confirm that I wish to strike out the conversion to square meters, just going by the FSI.
Okay, so we are going to, with the confirmation of the applicant, delete or strike out the square meters. Okay, all right. Any further questions for? I see, member say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ali, about the urban forestry conditions are there, but I am concerned the tree on the front yard. Is that is going to be removed or it's going to be protected?
I am looking at that. I don't see any tree on the front yard.
Okay. So there is no tree because I was looking at the Google Street and maybe I may be on a wrong address, but if you are confirming that there is no tree in the front yard and it's not, so that.
No, I don't see any tree on the survey, and no, there is no tree on the front yard.
Okay, but we do have a condition from urban forestry 2 and 3. And should one not be necessary, then I think that could be dealt with at the building permit stage through urban forestry. My recommendation would be
I can
to include it.
Pardon me. I can see the trees on the front yard of the neighbors. Usually, the forestry imposes those conditions to make sure the health of the neighboring trees, which in this case they're far away. But we are agreeable to that condition, anyways. There is no tree on the front yard of the subject property.
I think number 3 is not about removing; it's about payment of the tree. It's not about injuring or removing a tree. Urban forestry is actually asking for payment to plant a tree.
Yeah, but there is condition
They usually
number 2, right?
So
2 and
again,
3.
it's not to remove, but it's also to injure. So they may, if there is a tree in the backyard, then they may be asked to put a hoarding or something to be able to protect it. But again, we'll leave it to the experts here. But I think we leave it there, and then should it?
And I wish to explain. Sorry, Madam Chair. I wish to explain that they put both of the conditions. The reason is that first they want to make sure there is no neighboring trees is injured, so that requires an application, which by all means we're going to apply. And the other one is because there is no tree on the subject lot, they also impose that condition that we have to pay a fee for another tree planted somewhere else in the city. So that's usually done when there is no tree on the property that we propose.
Okay, thank you for that. Member say that you're good?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so if there are no further questions, can we please put forward a motion? Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe both the variances before the committee, they are minor in nature and appropriate. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item 8 as amended, subject to urban forestry condition number 2 and 3.
And may I have a seconder, please? Member McKay, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, I'll second that motion to approve with those conditions.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? Motion is carried unanimously, and the application's been approved subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
That gives a relief to the ears. There's a lot of feedback there. So the next item is item number 9. Item number 9 is 453 Brownfield Gardens. And I do see that the applicant's virtual. Then we have 2 registered speakers in person and 2 registered speakers virtually. So I'm now going to ask members of public here to come forward who are here to speak on the item for 453 Brownfield Gardens. And I have 2 members here, John Little and Vera Little and Venkatesh Shastri. Okay, so we have our 2 members of public here who we're going, so please seat and I will come to you when we're ready. And then we have the two virtual members as well. So we'll start with the agent here or the applicant. So can we have Amrit Paul Bansal, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Amrit Paul Bansal. I am the agent for this application. And we're here to seek three variances. One being the permitted floor area increase, a building height, and a height of the exterior portion of the main walls. We feel that our variances are minor in nature and do keep in with the four tests. They're fairly common to what we typically propose. That's in and around the neighborhood and with new construction. We did have a chance to read some of the concerns and comments that the neighbors had through the letters of objections. However, again, our variances that we're asking for specifically for height are fairly minor in nature. For example, where the bylaw allows for 9 meters, we're asking for 9.5. It's about 1.5 feet of difference. We were very careful on not exceeding the 9.5, just to try to be more sensitive, and stay within the bylaw. But again, we're talking about 1.5 feet of increase here. If there's any question that the committee members or the neighbors have, I'd be happy to try to answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Amrit Paul. Members of the committee, any questions for Amrit Paul? I see none at this time, but there may be as we go on. So thank you, Amrit. So stay tuned. We're going to speak with the members of public here. So can I please have John Little and Vera Little here to speak on this application?
Hi, I'm Vera Little. I know very little, so I have another gentleman here that is going to explain everything. Oh, I'm not on there yet? Yeah. I shouldn't laugh. The gentleman has all the information that should be relayed, and I was told that I shouldn't tell any jokes, so I'll sit down and he can go.
But you know a lot. Okay.
Go ahead.
So we're going to, so again, just confirming, you would be speaking on behalf of Vera?
Yeah, well, the one thing I could say is we're on a short street that backs onto West Rouge Public School. And we have a lot of cars going down in the morning, dropping their kids off, afternoon, picking them up. So I don't want any cars parked on the street because we do not have sidewalks.
Right.
We just have the road. And by the looks of what they want to put up, which is ridiculous, I don't know where they'd even keep the cars. So this gentleman lives next door to what's happening. So
Okay.
you go ahead.
Thank you, Vera.
No, go ahead.
You could do it after me also.
No, I don't.
You can add some. Yeah, just a request in case she has anything to add after, she could come back again and speak.
That's not how it works in procedure.
Okay.
But if something's really pressing and burning, then maybe. But the way it
Okay.
works is that if every speaker gets a chance to
Yeah,
speak.
she was very keen that I go first, but anyway. So,
Okay, you may want to bring up your mic
okay.
closer.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, my concerns.
Sorry, you would have to Venkatesh, right?
Yeah,
So
Venkatesh,
just
yeah.
confirm, please.
I'm Venkatesh Shastri, and I live next door in 449 Brownfield Gardens.
Perfect. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'm just south of him. So there's one of the main concerns is we're bordering onto the Rouge National Urban Forest. It's just across. My neighbor on the south is actually almost on the in the protected area. So the trees are sort of I would say very sensitive to. It's like a forest area. That's one thing. So my main concern is for the trees. An increased basement area would kind of take out more of the root system that, sort of feeds the surrounding trees. There's a whole root system that, kind of feeds all the trees around. They get affected. And that's one concern. I think it's not a major difference in the floor size, if I understood right. Is my understanding that the additional floor size is divided for the first floor and second floor? The additional floor that they are asking for?
So maybe staff, can you just zoom
Can you
into?
just,
Can you zoom into the floor plan? I know you have it up there, but just kind of just show me the orange and the green area. Thank you. So the application is, Venkatesh, just bear with me for a second, is to demolish, yes, it is to demolish the existing dwelling and to construct a new two-story detached dwelling, right?
That's right.
So what you see on the plan here is there's a one-story brick dwelling.
Yes.
And then they will use that footprint,
Yes.
go a little back, like push the house, the new construction, and then do a two-story dwelling.
And the addition in the back there.
Yes, so they will expand at the back
So
and
that
then do a two-story all the way.
so that will be excavated for the basement all the way to that extent.
From what I understand, again, it could be shown on the plans here. Let me double check. Is there a basement plan that was given? There is a basement plan, yes. We can get that clarification from the applicant. I don't want to read the plans incorrectly for you, Venkatesh, but
Okay.
from what I see, I think it does go all to the
whole
new
building.
expansion or the new footprint.
Yeah.
But we will get that confirmation from the applicant when he comes back to respond.
That's true.
Okay.
So it's all within the, I mean, so what I questioned was the increase in the floor area which is being excavated is half of what he's asking for, because it'll be divided between the first floor and the second floor. Is that the FSI, if I'm not mistaken? Or is it just the floor FSI which is increased?
The FSI does not, I'm not sure if the FSI would include the basement. Does that include the basement, the FSI? We don't know that yet, right?
No, the FSI doesn't include the basement, but the footprint, which is what the whole
Yes.
house is built on, right?
Yes.
So the FSI would include the first floor and second floor.
That's correct.
That's correct? So both of them are taken into consideration with the increase of FSI.
100%. The
So that means
FSI is
he's-
the GFA, the total GFA.
Correct. So his footprint is not going to increase that amount. It's going to increase half the amount, because
It's going to go back to, as you see.
yes,
that-
it's half the increase of the
Okay.
FSI he's requested. That's all I'm saying. So the intrusion will be a little less.
I see what you mean, okay.
That's it. Okay, so that's a good sign. It's not, that's one thing. Second thing I wanted to know is he going deeper? That's all.
Okay, I will have to ask that question of the applicant.
Yes, because the little extra might not make much of a difference, but going deeper would probably make more of a difference.
As
So
it relates to the
the
health of
root
the
systems
trees?
of the
Okay.
trees around.
Okay.
And it's just a concern is that area is a sensitive area for trees, first of all. So the urban forest should probably, you should take it up with them and get the proper permits and checks and balances
Yes.
before doing it. Would be the better thing to do. And second concern is the way you should have more concern with the procedure of doing it, because what my wife is very bothered about how he cut down a tree without getting a permit. So, and she's concerned about privacy, and so there's another concern is though the height of the total building is not much more, okay, he pointed at just half a meter higher, but the walls are 1.5 meter higher. Okay, so it's a chunkier building
Yes,
and with a flatter roof, let's say.
that is, yes, that's the variance, yes.
And it would block out more light for my neighbor on the other side, Mr. Simon. I don't know if he has sent a letter in for the morning light coming in. So that's the concern. I mean, it's winter time, and even the person north, sun goes more to the south, right? And the early morning sun will sort of less light for the people on the other side. That's one thing. But my concern as a neighbor would be that he does the construction in a responsible way.
Okay.
So, I mean, of course, It's like I'm requesting things in advance that I hope he complies.
No, we do. I just want to get your attention. Your time's up, so
Oh.
we usually give 5 minutes to all the speakers to speak. So you had your 5 minutes, but I think you've well articulated your concerns. You have concern, and this is exactly what we want to hear from the members.
Right.
Is what concerns do they have with the variances? So
Right.
you have articulated very well that you have concerns with the building height,
Right.
what's being proposed, or the increase that's being requested,
Right.
the main wall, and how you feel, in your opinion, that it may impact, the light.
Yes.
And the root system or the extent of the basement, that's something that's not in our purview, but we will get that clarification from the applicant. Okay? Now, just for clarity, you got your 5 minutes, and Vera's concerns, you were probably articulating Vera's concerns as well.
Okay. You want to?
So Vera,
Can Vera come back?
So just if you can just close your remarks. So procedurally, we don't allow that.
Okay.
For you to come back.
Okay.
Is there anything else you need to add?
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have.
With me, I've forgotten. I wasn't looking at the time. It's a question of the same school kids walk
Right.
across.
Yes, the
So
sidewalks, yes.
they shouldn't leave any. There shouldn't be puddles of water or sharp things lying around in the construction site. So that one thing.
Okay.
And it's an old building, so there might be asbestos in the vinyl tiles.
Okay.
They might be concerned. So it has to be, if it can be inspected for asbestos and removal done so that it doesn't contaminate the whole neighborhood.
No, and
That's
those are
all.
good. Those are the building practices that
Yeah, they should follow the proper building practices.
They would do that anyways. That's something that
I don't
can-
know about that because the way they cut the tree down, it doesn't show. So I hope that goes in.
I can't help you with that.
Yes.
But you've mentioned that, and I'm
Yes.
sure staff or who are listening here would make a note of it. But if you see something in the future,
Yeah, it's
when it
just-
happens, you are well within your rights to contact the city and provide your concerns
Yeah.
to them. I can't comment on those those matters at this time.
Right.
But all your comments related to
That's it.
the variances, the construction practices, and the sidewalk are taken or have been heard.
Right.
We'll have the applicant come back and respond to those. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
It's going to be a 3-story, not 2-story.
Yeah, she says it's going to be a 3-story, not 2-story, because the basement is
So-
going down further. That's what the concern is.
We will have the applicant confirm that to you, whether it's 2 or 3, okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm inches and feet, so the terminology is over my head.
I'm with you, I'm like you, so thank you for that. So let's have the applicant come back. No, I think we have 2 members who are registered virtually. So let's go to the next speaker virtually, Shabnam Sukhdev.
Hi, I'm Shabnam. I'm actually the wife of Venkatesh Shastri, and he is the engineer among us. And if it's okay, could I request that he could speak on my behalf, because we have talked at length and prepared our respective letters, which are almost mirroring each other, except that I did raise some other concerns. And I think my main concern is, since I am an environmentalist of sorts, I believe in conservation, I believe in recycled reuse and all of that, but I think that doesn't count when someone wants to rebuild their homes. Maybe in the future, somebody else who will occupy our space will want to construct from scratch. But again, the mindfulness that is needed by all of us humans, we are occupying this land, we are settlers here, and we need to treat it with more respect. And that's where I come from. And if the rest of my time can be used or given to my husband, I would really appreciate that. I mean, he can articulate things better than I can. Thank you.
Shabnam, to be fair, so in fairness to everyone, that's not the procedure that we would allow. So you're on your own, I'm sorry, and Venkatesh is
Okay.
seated well in the chambers. So I think I would request you to provide your comments. If you articulate comments very well from what I heard, so please use this time to tell us if there are any additional concerns related to the application. I respect your thoughts on environment, but that's something that I can't help you with. But I would be happy to hear your concerns with the application itself.
Yeah, I think my responses would mirror what my husband has already spoken. So it's just an addition to what he said. So I think I'll let somebody else speak if that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Shabnam, to take the time to speak with us. Members of the committee, any questions for Shabnam? See none, okay. All right, let's move on to our next speaker, Graham Peacock and Anne Ahmadlu. Can we please have Graham Peacock online? Hello, Graham, you with us? Or Anne?
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, Graham.
Testing?
We can hear you, Graham. Please go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My wife and I is concerned. We live at 444 Brownfield Gardens, and our main concern is the height of the structure and its non-compliance with the bylaws for those heights, both the exterior wall and the roof height. Mostly the exterior wall seems to be very excessive. It actually said not much, but it actually it's 20% higher than the bylaw, which calls for 7 meters, and I believe it's 8.4. But more notably, specifically, it's the front covered porch of that house that protrudes out more than 6 feet from the house itself into the front yard and rises up 3 stories, 30 feet to a roof at the top. I'm not sure what a front covered porch, what the bylaws call for full height of front covered porches, but this basically goes right up the full height of the structure onto the roof, and it's already contravening your height bylaws, and it's very obtrusive on a street with a 1-story bungalow on one side and a 1-story bungalow on the other side, and mostly 1-story bungalows. It's very obtrusive, and I'm not sure if it's already a huge, huge house. If you look at the front elevation view of it, and it'll probably cut out the light, your view of the sky and everything. So, we moved out to that neighborhood 12 years ago, very much different, and it's changing now. But every house that comes into that neighborhood, they seem to test the bylaws. They test them with every single house, and they get a lot of variances, and every variance seems to set some sort of a precedent. And then the next house comes in wanting to be bigger than the last house. This house takes the cake, especially that front covered porch. That's our main issue there.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Graham. So I can't comment on the front covered porch. The 3 variances that are before us today do not include any variance related to a porch, the size or the scale thereof. So I think it's more.
Porch is the height of the house itself. It's the height of the house.
It's the height of
the
the house.
elevation view.
Right.
Yes, 30 feet.
The overall increase in the height is 0.5 meters overall. I'm not talking about the main street, but the overall height of the house is 0.5 meters taller than what's permitted. And in your opinion, that is a major concern to you?
Every house that goes on that street comes in, you test the bylaw. Every house that goes on that street. But not a single house that has been built on that street yet has had a front porch that juts out 6 feet from the house into the front yard and goes all the way up the full height of the house.
But
not one.
I can't help
And
you with the porch, Graham.
11-foot high floors, I don't know.
I can't help you with the porch. It's not something that we can talk about at the hearing today. It's an architectural design feature. There's no, again, I can't speak on the zoning bylaw, but if there was a variance or an amendment required to that porch or the size thereof, it would have been on this application. I don't have that, so I can't speak to the architectural design of the porch, and because it's not a matter that's under our purview. I can help you with the height of the building and the height of the main wall.
The height of the main exterior walls is too high. It's 20% over the bylaw, 7 meters.
Okay. No, that's fair. That's what I wanted to confirm with you. Okay. Any questions for Graham? I see none. Okay, thank you, Graham, for taking the time to speak with us. We will request the applicant to respond to your concerns when we get back to Amrit. Thank you. Can I please have the applicant Amritpal Bansal? Okay, hello, Amritpal. You with us?
Hi, yes, hi, through you, Madam Chair. Um, we are sympathetic to some of the concerns and we do understand them. We do realize that there's always a challenge coming into an existing neighborhood where there are bungalows, one-story structures. However, the bylaw does allow us to do 2 stories, and I think it's in everyone's right that when they want to reconstruct their own home, that they're going to want the 2 stories. For the main wall heights, we're really just trying to keep in line with what everyone else is doing. The 10-foot ceilings, the 8 or 9-foot second floor. And again, we were very sensitive and careful on not exceeding 9.5. There are precedents of building heights of well over 10 meters. We still didn't do that. We are also sensitive on not trying to make this a box and overpower the neighbors on both sides. So you'll see our building shape as you see a lot of cuts in the back, a lot of setbacks. We honestly did the best we could. We're also trying to accommodate the owner's family. It's a multi-generational family. We got to keep in line with what the demand is out there and what the family needs. We think our variances do meet the 4 tests and are generally very minor in nature.
So can I ask you a question? And I know, I'm not, whether it's minor or not, but could you not redesign the building to bring it into compliance with the overall height of, it's 0.5 meters. Could you not redesign and bring it a little lower? How difficult is it? Hello?
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the elevations here. I think the one thing we got to keep in mind is that the height's taken from an average grade calculation. We can't really change the terrain of the land here. So if you look at the back elevation, our grade drops quite significantly, and that's a natural a natural feature. So I'm not entirely sure where we could deduct the 0.5 meters. It's not like we have 6, 7 steps up from the front into the house. It's 4 steps.
Okay, so it's related
we
to
feel this is
it's related to the average grade and how the height is being measured.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Any questions for Amrit? Okay, so a couple of things here, and I know these are matters that are outside of the purview of this committee, but you did hear the residents who live on the street that they are concerned about, well, not concerned, but they want to make sure that when construction occurs, there's no impact. And then parking issues, and I know as long as the house or this proposed dwelling includes the required parking, it should not have a concern, but they just raised concerns about parking on the street and there's no sidewalk there. So again, just reiterating the concern. So when you speak with your client, just remind them that they're residents who are concerned about construction and management of that construction, and that should not impact the adjacent neighbors, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, and I don't believe there was anything else. Oh, the depth of the basement, how deep are you excavating?
So we do have 9-foot basements, but because the house is raised up slightly higher than the current bungalow, we are more or less at the same elevation as the current basement.
Okay, so you're not digging any deeper than what it is today?
it might be a foot or so,
Okay.
but it's not like it's a full story down.
Okay, all right. That's helpful. Again, that's a matter that outside of the jurisdiction of this committee, but we just wanted to make sure that the residents' concerns were heard. Any questions for Amrit Paul? Member Macaulay?
Just so that I can understand, the main wall height of 8.36 meters versus 7 meters, that main wall height is all four elevations, all four sides of the building? If he could explain why he needs a main wall height of 8.36 meters.
Amrit Paul, can you please?
Yeah, so that's yes. Yeah, so that's also taken from the average grade calculations. That's taken from the average grade to the underside of the soffit. So that is with our first floor, second floor.
And is this a flat site, or is when you say average grade, is there a grade issue here?
There is no grade issue, but there is a slope in the grade. That's a natural feature.
At the back?
So you see, sorry?
Is it at the rear of the building?
It's sort of at all four sides. So we were careful to draw and illustrate the grade line in all elevations. So you can see at the front it's higher and at the back it's lower naturally.
All right, so you're asking for 8.36 meters in order to get the height of the walls as well as the height of the overall building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amrit, yeah, my questions and concerns are almost the same about the height, the roof height and the main wall height. I was looking at the street and I would like to have your attention towards the character of the street. Mainly, mostly those are single-story bungalows in the street, and 2 stories are allowed, of course. I'm not questioning that if you build within the bylaws, whatever. But mostly, my question is that on the street, I can see there is a couple of 2-story new bungalows there. Could you give me a comparison? What is their roof height and wall height? Or am I right to say that this building is going to be the highest building as far as the roof height is concerned or the wall height is concerned?
I cannot confirm that. I do know 445. It looks fairly comparable for the main wall heights and also the roof. And there was one more that I had seen.
438.
Here.
438.
It's 438, Member Taylor?
Yeah.
So
I don't have the address here, but it's a white stone
yes.
front.
438, sir. 438.
Yeah, so that one is fairly comparable to ours.
In terms of the height, but I think it's a wider building. Okay. Any further questions? Member Said?
Yeah, I think still I am comparing it with the 2 buildings already there, and looking at the plans, I still feel I'm not feeling like I'm sorry to say, Amrit. I'm not very much satisfied, keeping in view the character of the street and the area, especially the Rouge River or the Rouge Park is next to you, and keeping in view all those circumstances there. I am thinking about how appropriate this variance is, and my concerns are there.
Which variance? The height variance?
Height variance, both the roof and the wall height.
So when you say character, what do you mean by character? Character today? Yes, absolutely.
The character of the street, I am just on Googling the street view, and if I go from one end to the street end, there are, most of these structures, they are blended, they are bungalows. 2 stories are fine. But this building is look like terrain-wise, it's going to be the highest building, may not be blending into the character of the street.
So character today is single-story bungalows. So hypothetically speaking, if tomorrow they all build 2 stories,
If they are
so let's,
within
because
the,
2 stories is permitted as of right.
I think it's going to be high. This
So
building.
you're suggesting that 0.5 meter increase is going to be taller
If
than-
they can build it within the
Yeah.
9-meter height, it's okay.
Yeah, that's a perfect world, right? But I'm just asking for your clarification.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Amrit, you heard the concern or comment. How would you like to respond?
We can look at trying to reduce the height by, is another foot going to be satisfactory
What?
for the committee?
Which? Well, okay. Where? The total height or the height of
The total height.
So
the
when
total height.
So when you say foot, you need to help me with conversion. So 9 is permitted. You're proposing 9.5. How much would that be then?
9.2.
A 9.2 meter height. And the main wall will remain the same, or would there be any impact to the main wall as well?
That would remain the same.
Are you sure? You won't have to cut down on anything on the main wall?
No, we would just bring the roof down lower. Our floor-to-floor heights would remain the same. The average grade remains the same because that's calculated based off of the grading.
Mm-hmm.
So the flat roof would be reduced by 0.3.
Are you sure that that would not take you into the realm of flat roof where the height requirements are different?
I'm fairly certain that would not.
Okay, all right. We'll go with what you're proposing. Member Said, is that something that you want to consider?
I would like to have thoughts from the other members as well. I'm still thinking on that. Thank
Okay,
you,
so
Madam Chair.
members of the committee, there's a proposition by the applicant to reduce the height of the building to 9.2 meters. Is that something you wish to consider? Member Macaulay?
I'm looking at this building and bearing in mind that 2-story buildings are accepted. 9 meters is accepted. The wall height is 7 meters that's accepted. The building, especially being a new building in an area of older buildings, we really want the new buildings to set the standard. And having the standard be 9.5, which I'm not terribly happy about, but the main walls being 8.3, it's providing a very imposing appearance of a building. And I think the question comes to me is that going to be the standard of all the redevelopment on that street, and is that what is desired?
We can't comment on that. I mean, every case is different. We have to look at.
I agree, every case is different, but as soon as you give one, the next guy who's going to do it will do the same. And I don't see a good reason to exceed the building height or exceed the main walls of the building. I don't see a reason why that has to happen, other than it's the desire of the builder, the homeowner, to have 9 and 10-foot ceilings. So it's
That's what he wants.
it's an issue.
Okay, so just bear with me here. Okay, so first of all, we're still talking to the applicant right now, so we have to be careful. So are we okay that we have no further questions for the applicant and you want to deliberate? Can we take the matter into committee? Okay, so Amritpal, thank you for your time. There are no further questions for you unless, this is your last
Through the
chance,
chair.
committee members.
Through the chair, I just want to confirm for the record, is the applicant revising the height to 9.2 meters?
That's what I'm checking. So before we go into this committee, I want to confirm with you, Amrit, are you indeed revising your variance for the height to 9.2, or do you want to leave it at 9.5?
We're okay to go to 9.2.
Sorry?
It's okay, 9.2.
We're okay to go to 9.2.
Okay, all right. So the applicant has confirmed that the application would be revised to 9.2 meters. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Amrit. We are going to take the matter into committee now, and we'll go from there. So now we can deliberate. So Member Macaulay, you had a thought? Member Said, you had some comments. Any further comments? Member Taylor?
Yeah, I'm not troubled by any of these variances. I think we have to be respectful of what applicants want. We maybe don't understand or appreciate their reasons, but they don't spend money on architects to design houses that aren't what they want. So we're dealing with what somebody wants, and it's our job is to assess the difference between what they want and what the bylaw allows. I don't see these variances being significant. I'm okay with the 9.2 height change. I wouldn't have thought of that myself or required it, but anyway, I'm okay with it and we'll support it. But yeah, I'm totally okay with these three variances.
Okay. Thank you, Member Taylor. And I can add that I agree with you. It's, if there's a certain desire of the homeowner to build in a certain way, and if it's reasonable. And I think this is a reasonable want, in my opinion, as well. To your point, Member Macaulay, yes, I don't think we are going to be setting a new standard here. Each case will be different. The authorities will make decisions accordingly. However, I also want to say, in terms of, I'm going to put my planning hat here. When we talk about impact and the height, we're not just looking at a building individually. We're also looking at the streetscape. And when you're looking at the setbacks here, there's a 10-meter setback. So yes, to your point, it is a taller main wall. It is more than what's permitted, but it's set back. It's like really way back, right? So that impacts the impact that this building would have. Had this building been closer to the street, then the impact would have been different in terms of the height of the main wall and the height, but it's 10-meter setback as well. So you keep that in mind as well when we're assessing the impact and the character of the street.
Okay, a question to you, Madam Chair. That 10-meter setback, is that for all the houses on that street?
I can't speak to that. What I know is that for this particular development, the front yard setback is shown at 10.46.
Okay.
I don't know how else the front yards would be calculated. This is the old neighborhood where there's like averaging of front yards as well, so I'm not too sure about that, but what I can tell you is that for this particular one, there's a setback of 10.46 meters. So the building's not in your face. It's going to be further set away. It's not your traditional or more modern 6-meter front yard setback.
Yeah, but if you look at it there, it's a fairly straight line all the way down. So that if you're going to build that one at 10 meters back, everyone else is going to have, we're setting a precedent for what is a change on that street. And I think that's what's concerning me is it's not just the height. It's in fact less the height than the height of the walls. That it's a very imposing building, and I would imagine over the next 5-10 years, a good number of those houses there would do the same thing. So is that what we are looking for, is a considerably larger and higher building? Because remember, you got a floor space index of 359 as well. So we're looking larger, higher, both height and overall size of the building.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Member Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the wall that I think is the most impactful, and that, of course, is the main front wall.
Yeah.
And I'm quite satisfied that the way it's broken up with the different facades and dormers and whatnot, I don't find it imposing at all. Design is a very subjective thing, but I find it very attractive. and I would use the term broken up in a positive way. It's not a stark wall. It's interesting roof lines, dormers, rounded and peaked dormers. It's very interesting. I don't find it imposing, and I don't find it problematic. And even if there were a precedent, I don't think it's a bad one, because I think it's close enough to what the zoning bylaw allows, notwithstanding that extra meter and a third.
Okay, I think what we're really, and we shouldn't be, it's a matter of taste.
It is.
Yeah.
It's subjective.
Yeah,
It's very
and
subjective, yes.
we're not into the matter of taste or architectural design, so, yeah, I still have issues with it, but
Okay, well, I'm just being mindful of the time here as well. We
That's
have
fine.
other items in the waiting as well. So if there are no other pressing comments, we please move forward with a motion on this application. Member McKay, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would go ahead and I would move approval of the amended application, subject to urban forestry condition number 3.
Okay, thank you, sir. And may I have a seconder? Member Taylor?
I'll second that motion, Madam Chair.
All in favor of this motion? And all opposed? So Member Macaulay, Member Said opposed the motion. However, the application has been approved and subject to conditions. Thank you.
Minor technical matter.
Okay. Moving to item number 10, 777 Warden Avenue. We have a request for deferral. And as the staff members advised this morning, the request for deferral is to allow, it's at the request of the applicant in order to address concerns identified by community planning. So can I please have the applicant online, Nicholas Malta?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members.
Good afternoon, Nicholas.
I'm here representing Mainline Planning.
Okay, could you please confirm that you are requesting a deferral?
Yes, I agree with the deferral. However, we'd request that it's a brief deferral, as we've actually been working with city planning, and we believe that there's a resolution near with regards to their comments.
Okay, so members of the committee, the applicants confirmed the request for deferral. I do know that we had a neighbor listed in person to speak to, Sheila Crow. I don't see anyone here in the council chambers, so I assume she left. She was a previous speaker on another application. So we do not have any members of the public in person or registered virtually to speak to this item. So members of the committee, any concerns with the request for deferral? Member McKay, do you have any concerns with this request for deferral, 777 Warden Avenue? The
I do
applicant-
not, Madam Chair. I think it's appropriate to defer.
Perfect. Can I have a motion, please?
Well, Madam Chair, then again, I would move a deferral of this particular application, sine die.
Thank you, sir. May I have a seconder, please? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
I'll second that motion.
Through the chair, just for clarification for the record, it's a deferral sine die to address concerns identified by community planning.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. And if you can
And
bring it back very fast, that would be good, but if you can't, it's because you've got to address his issues.
Okay, so Member
So
Macaulay.
sine die is appropriate.
Okay, so Member Macaulay seconded the motion, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried unanimously, and the application has been approved sine die to allow the applicant to consult with community planning to address the concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 11, 156 Cornell Avenue. I don't see anyone listed here in person or virtually in terms of neighbors. So can we please have the applicant or the owner with us, Erica Davidson and Marianne Davidson? Hello.
Hi,
Erica.
yes, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Hi, yes, this is Erica Davison, the applicant and owner of 156.
Perfect, thank you. So Erica, as I said, there was no one in attendance today to speak to this. Do you want to make a presentation or do you have any quick comments here?
I guess I can just quickly comment on the request for the variance. So we're requesting just an additional about 400 or so square feet for the footage of the home. The reason why we're requesting this is I'm getting married next year, and I'm going to be growing my family in this home. Both my partner and I are work from home entirely, so we do need some additional office space upstairs. And as I mentioned, we will also be growing our family after we get married. And my partner's family lives in Otterville, which is by London, Ontario. And so as we do expand our family and they come to assist us with childcare and whatnot, we will need a bedroom for them to stay in. And then we think that what we are requesting is very minor, and it's very much in keeping with what's happening in the neighborhood. I actually grew up about 10 doors away from this house, and my family still lives there currently. So we're super familiar with the neighborhood, and we think what we're requesting is very much in line with what's already on the street and in the neighborhood. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erica, for speaking with us. Yes, it is indeed a modest intensification, and you're only adding a second story to accommodate your growing family. So I don't have any concerns here. Members of the committee, do you have any questions or concerns on this? It's fairly straightforward. Erica, did you see the condition from Urban Forestry? It's condition number 2. It's about obtaining a permit to injure or replace a tree.
We've already removed it. We did remove it. We did submit documentation, I believe. It was a diseased tree.
Okay.
And to Janice Allen, we sent a photo of the tree.
It was diseased, and it looked like it was going to, it was severely diseased. An elderly woman had owned the house, and I don't think she, from the immediate neighbor, said she hadn't been in the backyard for several years, so I don't think she was aware of what was going on. And we do have pictures to support that. The neighbor has a boat, and we were extremely concerned, as was he, that it would come down and hit his boat, which he parks in the driveway.
Okay, so
it was a cedar tree.
Okay, no problem. So we will continue to include that in the decision, should the committee approve it. And should you not need one, then that's something that could be easily sorted out with Urban Forestry, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so committee members, if there are no further questions, and Member McCauley does have a question.
I think there's Metrolinx.
Oh, those are advisory comments?
Yeah.
It's not a condition. So, Erica, did you review the advisory comments from Metrolinx?
Yes, we did.
Okay, perfect. It's not a condition. On that note, Member McCauley.
On that note, I'm prepared to move approval of this variance, subject to Urban Forestry. She has to meet the condition, but it seems that it's in hand, and the Metrolinx is a warning clause.
It's not a warning clause. These are just advisory comments.
Okay, advisory. I'm sorry, I
So
written it down as a
it's not
warning.
subject to any, it's just subject to Urban Forestry then. Okay, could you please confirm your motion, Member McCauley?
I move approval of this application for a variance subject to Urban Forestry.
Thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member Said, please go ahead.
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
All right, and all in favor of this motion? The motion is carried unanimously and the application has been approved subject to condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Item number 12. Item number 12 is for 9 Partridge Lane. I don't see any registered speakers either in person or virtual, so we can go directly to the agent. Ranjani Kalisvaran. Hello,
Yeah.
Hello, Ranjani, are you there?
Good afternoon, madam. I'm here.
Good afternoon, Ranjani. So, as I said, there are no registered speakers here. Do you want to make a presentation, or would you rather prefer to go directly to any questions should the committee have any?
I would quickly go through. I won't take much of time.
Okay.
So after going through the staff report, I found that community planning and urban forestries recommends this application with few conditions. I will agree with the conditions, but only the transportation service had an issue with the variance 4. So I would like to talk about the variance 4, which is about the driveway width.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Pardon?
Sure, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the driveway width is permitted is 6 meter, whereas I have 9.6 meter. If you could closely look at the site plan, that one of the existing, if you can enlarge that the front portion of the, if you can zoom, okay. So I'm maintaining the existing one on the actually the left side one. And as it approaches to the property, the driveway width is only 3 meter. And that 3 meter goes all around that. And when it approaches to the 3-car parkway, that is where that the driveway widened to 9.6 meter. So most of the case is 3 meter. And if that comes too close to the garage, that becomes 9.6. So, and there are in the neighborhood that you can see that there are so many circular driveway, and I can give you all the numbers. Even next to this one, similar size of property, which is number 11. If you can put that in the Google, you can see it that they have the circular driveway. Number 12 has circular driveway. Number 15 has circular driveway. Number 17 has circular driveway. Number 3, 5, 6 has circular driveway. And it's in this neighborhood that they have this similar.
Yeah, but why do you need a circular driveway? Like, why? I mean, typically I see circular driveways on major arterials, very busy streets where it's difficult for people to either back out or, reverse their vehicles. But I'm not sure if this is an entirely busy street. So what is the purpose of a circular driveway?
Yeah, the purpose is that, because we don't want to sort of load the parking onto the streets, right? If you have the circular driveway, then you could be able to sort of park it within the driveway. And I'm here in the front landscape space that I'm maintaining it. I'm not violating that part here. So it's kind of a, even though it's a paved way that you can park there. So and if you going to look at the neighborhood, there's a character there that has got this kind of, there is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the same street had the same similar look of it, right? This is in a way inconsistent with the neighborhood as well, right?
Okay, I'm sorry to say, but maybe I don't know. I can't speak to it, but are those legal? Like, are those legally permitted, or people have just done it themselves?
I think I can see all the driveways have curb cut. You can't touch the curb, right? Even if it is illegally done, they cannot cut the curb, right? So I can see the curb cuts are there in all of these things. So that means that I can assume that these are legal, right?
Okay.
But I can tell you all the numbers which are there because this is all 60 feet property, 60 feet frontage. That's one of the reasons that the zoning bylaw allows that to go for a circular driveway, and that is why we.
Okay, fair enough. Not a problem. Thank you. Members of the committee, any questions?
This is an issue came from the transportation, that's all.
And this is why I was trying to get some answers from you, if what's going on the street and why is it required, really? Okay, members of the committee, any questions for the owner? Member Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rajani, I'm still getting to clear myself about the number of driveway you have. Transportation section is saying you have 2 driveways, but you are in your presentation you mentioned you are maintaining only one with 3 meter width. So it's not only the matter of maintaining or not. The thing is, could you be very clear that whether you have one driveway or you have two driveways?
In this case, it's a two driveway, right? One is
That is,
existing, the other one,
yeah.
yeah, two.
Okay, so
You
that's,
can see, right?
I can see
Circle
that.
around it.
I can see, but that
Yeah.
was a confusing when you mentioned in your presentation that there is only one driveway. So it's not. It's a circular one, and
Today,
Yeah.
yeah,
there's one.
and the
One is
transportation
existing.
and the transportation, whatever is mentioned there with their concerns, I mean, those are the reality on the ground, right?
Yeah, and also if you look at it, that the parking garage is three car garage, and that is actually the width is 9 meter, right, itself. So if you have to get into the car inside, then you have to have at least a 9 meter, right? So because they are all facing to each other, so that is why this is coming 9 meter. Otherwise, I will comply. Most of the area is under 6 meter, right? 3 meter, 3 meter, 3 meter all the way. And only when it comes to meet the garage, then it becomes the 9 meter, 9.6 meter, because it's just next to where the entrance is. There's a little bit of space that I wanted to pave it. That's why. But I can still comply with same as the width of the garage if you are really wanted it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else has a question?
Well,
Yes, Member McKay.
Madam Chair, yeah, my note about transportation services is that they wanted to defer the driveway width matter. Have I missed something? Has there been a further update from transportation on that? Sorry, if I could go to the applicant, just checking again with you, because our transportation services had difficulty with that variance 4.
I did talk to the person who reviewed this application for transportation, and she told me she's only the concern with the circular driveway, right? And what she said that because we didn't have much of a time for a revision to do, right? Because I think we got the comments staff report, I think on Wednesday or Thursday, and then I called her the next day, and then she told we had the discussion, and then she said she can't, even if I revise the drawings, she cannot comment on, right? So then I came back and look at all the neighborhood having all that, the circular driveway. So that's becoming a feature in the neighborhood, right? So I thought that I'm in even better shape. Sometimes you get 6 meter also, some people. But I had it only 3 meter, and only where the garage comes to 9.6.
Okay, so Ranjani, I think what's happening here is that that was a good question, Member McKay. It made me think of something. The comments that we've received from Transportation Services is that their recommendation is that
Right.
the matter be deferred. So when we say deferred, it means we're not going to make a decision today, but we will send you back if you're okay with it and if the committee feels so. So let's say if the matter is deferred, you would probably have the opportunity to go back and speak with Transportation Services again, perhaps provide them with the evidence that you have found that there are more driveways on the street, and you can maybe plead your case. Do you want to go that route, or do you want to make a decision, or do you want to have a decision today on your application based on what we have today?
Yeah. Can I suggest you something? So if the circular driveway is an issue, I'll take it out the second drive, and then leave that to comply with 9 meter, and goes as soon as it goes and meet to the garage, I'll have to keep that 9 meter. So therefore, the driveway width is the question here, right? So what I would do, I will agree with the condition that I will take the second, the curb cut and the driveway out, with the condition that you have to allow me 9.6 meter.
Okay.
Is that okay for the panel? Then I would like to go with that.
Okay, so what I don't know, Ranjani, is that if you do that, there's perhaps a variance that may be required for that, right? And we don't have that today in front of us. So I think it would be, so if you're willing to do that, I would suggest that perhaps you go back to the drawing board, remove your driveway, if that's what you want to do, And based on what you described to me is widen the driveway as you get closer to the garage, do all of that and see what additional variances it may trigger or may not trigger, I'm not sure. But you can't, I think it would be prudent, it would be in your interest to go back to the drawing board, redo the drawing, figure out if there's any other impact or any other variance that may be triggered. Because then if it does so, then you'll have to come back to me. Oh, when I say me, I mean to the committee for that variance. Is that fair?
Yeah, I can see it, but it's a time-taking process that I had to wait for another month, I guess, minimum, right? So, and the time comes and then this construction will be delayed to next year, right? See, there's a lot of things connected too, but see, what if I have that condition, what I said? I will satisfy them.
It's not a condition. It's not about a condition. It's about the fact that if it triggers a zoning variance, it cannot be a condition. You have to apply for that as a variance to your application. I think, if I'm thinking it, my suggestion would be to go back to the drawing board, reconfigure what you just said on the floor today, see what that is going to result into, and if that becomes a variance, then you might want to just add it to your application as opposed to do something today, go back, and then you find out, oh, I now need another variance application.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll do that. So, but still, that it will be a 9-meter width, right? If I do that. But
if it's up to you, we're not making a decision or we're not providing any comments on that today. I would say you go back to the drawing board, you redesign, speak with transportation services just to make sure that they're satisfied and they don't have any other concerns. Get your zoning review done, or if you're doing it yourself, make sure that there's no other variances that are going to be triggered as a result of that. And then I think when you come back to the committee, you'd be in a better position to plead or to justify your situation.
okay, as you suggest, and I'll follow it up.
That's my suggestion.
Right, so,
that's my suggestion, but I still need agreement from you that you're willing to do that.
Yeah. But one thing that I wanted to find out is regarding the other variants that do I have an issue or anything that the panel wanted to ask me a question, because I'm going back again. Right? So.
No, it's a good point. Committee members, do you have any concerns, any comments or thoughts on the other variances? Just so that if he does go back to the drawing board, he can put it all together. Member State.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Rajani, I have my concerns on variance number 1, which is the FSI, and you are asking an exceeding which is more than 100 square meter. I was trying to understand what are the triggering factors for that.
Actually, if you look at that the site plan, the percentage is 0.63. Over the lot area. So one of the reasons that they wanted is that, the applicant is going to move into this house to live with their parents, both the parents. So that is why they need a fairly good size, size house. That's why we have these, the larger, that's one of the reasons that's going beyond that. What is permitted there?
They want a large home.
Yeah. Because it's an extended family. Both the parents are going to move with them. And so.
But Rajani, if we consider the impact or the variance you are asking, to me, it doesn't appear to be a minor variance because you are asking quite a big, unless there is some other drawing factors or some restrictions where you have no choice left with, I can consider that. But otherwise, to me, in my opinion, I don't see this as a minor variance.
If you look at the volume of this building, which I'm complying with all the other setbacks and the heights and things like that. So the in terms of the cube is maintained, right? So it's just, and also if you look at it, the house is set back further. It's about, if you can look at the site plan, it's further back from the property line. So we are complying with the shape of the structure, right? So only the reason that the number is increased is because there is a demand that because now the houses are expensive and we are going towards infilling the houses, and he has his own parents now living outside now, wanted to bringing it in because it's an economical factor too, right?
It's families living together. Yes, member.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would be more concerned about, I hear Member Said's comment. It looks glaringly not minor. However, I think I've said this before, I don't really worry about floor areas unless it triggers consequential amendments, especially side yards, front yard, and height. And this building doesn't do any of that. So I don't think floor area in and of itself creates an impact. I really don't, unless it's squeezed out on the sides or at the front or the height. And I also noticed on this street, there's a lot of really, I don't know how big they are, but there's some really big houses on this street. So I don't think this house would be out of character with
what's on the street?
Partridge Lane at all. So I wouldn't have a problem. I don't know if I'm going to be here if it comes back after a deferral. But other than that driveway issue, I don't have a problem with the house itself.
Member Macaulay?
Okay. I agree with Member Taylor. Not often, but once in a while I will agree with you. I think the floor area is big, but it certainly seems to be in character with the other big houses on that street. And my only comment here is if the applicant is willing to defer and provide further information about the driveway width, perhaps he can provide some further information about the sizes of houses on the street. A little bit of a review would certainly help convince us all that it is either in character or isn't.
I think that's a very helpful comment. So, Ranjini, you noted that. So if you are,
Yeah.
let's say, should the committee defer the application today, when you come back, you may want to provide some additional evidence on what's on the street in terms of house sizes of the house or the FSIs on the street. Is that something that you can help the committee with?
Yeah, I can do so.
Okay.
No problem.
Perfect, okay. So again, Ranjini, for procedural purposes, can you please confirm that you're willing to defer the application so that you have an opportunity to revise your drawings with respect to circular driveway, and if you need to talk to transportation services as well? Can you please confirm that?
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay, all right. We're good?
I'll confirm that.
Okay, purpose is good? Perfect. So members of the committee, I need a motion on that deferral. Member Taylor?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I'll move deferral sine die to enable the applicant to address the driveway issue with transportation services, make any other adjustments that are required depending on the outcome of that conversation, and also to return with some justification based on neighborhood statistics to justify the size of the house.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Member Macaulay?
I'll second that deferral.
Okay, Member Macaulay seconds the motion, and all in favor of this motion? Motion is carried, and the application has been deferred sine die. Staff, are you okay with the description? Thank you.
Madam Chair, it is 1:30. Is it possible we could have a 15 to 20-minute break?
Yes, it is 1:30, and I think it's quite appropriate to go for a little break. Okay, so for all those who are listening in or tuned in and in attendance, we are going to take, how long a break do we need?
Through the chair.
20 at least.
20 at least, 20 minutes. So we should be back at 1:50 then? Okay?
Through the chair, just to clarify, are we taking a break just for the morning session, or?
This is a morning session break
And
because
then
we
we'll
still
take-
have three
Yes.
items to come back
Will
to.
we be following up with another break between the morning and afternoon session?
Sorry?
Will we be taking another extended break between the reconvened morning session and the afternoon?
Okay, so that's a good point. So let's say if we do our 20-minute break now, we come back because we have three more items from the morning session. Would you still need a break after that? We should.
We should continue with the afternoon session after that, after taking this 20-minute break.
We should, or we should just continue? We'll continue?
We'll continue.
Okay.
Through the chair, could we extend it to 30 minutes for
Okay.
staff?
So let's do it 30 minutes. Let's do it 30 minutes. We come back, we deal with the 3 items on the morning session, and then we go to the afternoon session immediately after that. Okay? Perfect. Thank you very much.
That's all right. Yeah, no worries. Sorry, I got Gary. I'm having a little trouble. Cursor, come on, cursor. Oh, Jesus. Excuse me. Excuse my language, but anyway, you got yeah, me too. It's okay. I'm gonna eat my energy bar. I got a banana and an energy bar, and I may have to make a phone call. So I've got 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
I'm going to turn off your speaker.
Thank you. Thank you.
So welcome back, everyone. I'll give a minute for everyone to settle down. Okay, so we're going to start the hearing. I know Member Macaulay is away, but we can start. We have the quorum, so we can begin. Item 13, so we're resuming our agenda from the morning session. We still have items 13, 14, and 15 to go through from the morning session. And then we will, upon completion of these three, we'll dive right into the afternoon session. So item 13, 19 Brenda Crescent. And I note that there is no one registered virtually in terms of members of public, but I want to check with those in attendance today. Is there anyone here for 90 Brenda Crescent? I see none, okay. Staff, can we please have the agent Jace online with us? Okay, so maybe we can come back to the agenda, to the item? Oh my God. My apologies for that. So my camera's on now. So Jace is not online. Okay, so committee members, is that okay if we come back to it and maybe we can proceed with item 14 and 15? Okay. So we'll proceed with item 14 now. Item 14 is 60 Meridon Crescent. For 60 Meridon Crescent, item 14, we have the agent Pamir Rafiq. And before I do, I want to check with everyone in attendance today. Is there anyone here for 60 Meridon Crescent? See none, okay. And there are no registered speakers. So let's go to Pamir, please. Hello, Pamir, are you with us? Pamir, checking with you. Are you with us? Staff have unmuted you. Oh, maybe not.
Sure.
They're unmuted, okay. So staff have unmuted Pamir. Can you please say something? Hello, Pamir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Pamir. Sorry, there was a little technical glitch here, so we fixed it. So Pamir, we don't have any registered speakers here or anyone in attendance today. How would you like to proceed? Do you have a presentation or would you rather go into questions?
No, I have 5 very minor points that I want to bring up before you guys make a decision, and that some that you guys can consider in the decision making.
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay, so the first one is our lot compared to all the other lots is actually deeper and larger because of its pie shape, and that has a bit of an impact in the way the actual building has to be oriented in order to still maintain to be parallel with the street, and it also impacts the way the building length is measured because in a way we almost have like two rear property lines. So that was the first point. Second point is it kind of leads me to the second point, which is that the building length seems a little bit larger if you look at the number, because it's measured on an angle. If you were to measure it straight, the actual length or the depth of the building, it would be a little bit shorter than what you actually see on the status letter. The next point would be that height that we have proposed at 9.99, that is only the height at the main entrance of the house if you go to the front elevation, which is like a very small portion of the roof. And at the second lower portion of the roof, which you can see is like a little bit less than half of the roof, is actually a lot lower than 9.99, and the other half, I would say almost half of the frontage, is at a height of that is actually compliance with the code, with the bylaws. So majority of the roof is actually below 9.99. Basically, is the point. So the next point, number 4, is that the street appeal in terms of like the width and the height of the building will not necessarily overwhelm, because it's a highly forested lot, and the depth of the building will not really be visible from either the front or even from the neighboring lots. There are a lot of trees basically surrounding the lot. And then the last point I want to mention is that there are a couple of streets, a couple of homes that are very similar in style and that are in very close proximity. 38 Merridon, 40, and 42 Merridon are very similar in style and in overall size and massing. So yeah, those will be like the 5 points that I wanna mention.
Okay, thank you, Premier. Any questions for Premier? May I ask why Member Macaulay, you're back there?
Through the chair, I can answer. It's just because Member Kahali came late and missed the beginning of the presentation from the applicant.
Okay, so did she miss the bulk of it or just a little portion? Okay. Okay, all right. Well, you can continue to sit back there. I just wanted to make sure that that was the case. Okay, thank you, Member Macaulay. Okay, so any questions for Premier?
Maybe just a quick one. I was concerned about the building length, but thanks. You've shown that the the size of the lot and its configuration is not really usual. So thanks for pointing that out. I think otherwise I'm in favor of what you've put before us.
Thank you. Any further questions? Member Said.
Madam Chair, if you can ask if the applicant is clear about the urban forestry conditions, and that's the only condition there, 2 and 3.
Okay, so Premier, have you had a chance to review the conditions from urban forestry?
The urban forestry condition, if you don't mind repeating or pointing it out to me, please.
Sure, we can do that. So there are 2 conditions that have been recommended by urban forestry. Condition number 2 is that submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove a privately owned tree. You may want to mute any other device, please, Premier. So essentially, it's a permit application to injure or remove a privately owned tree, and then condition number 3 is there is no existing tree on the street, so the owner shall provide payment in lieu of planting of 1 street tree on the city road allowance abutting each of the sites involved in the application. The current cash in lieu payment is $583 per tree.
Okay, yeah, that's acknowledged. It's also acknowledged by the homeowners.
Okay, perfect. So condition 2 and 3 have been acknowledged by the agent and the owners, and there are no concerns.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. If there are no concerns, can we have a motion? Member Said, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that the variances before us are minor, although I was having some reservation on the height of the building, but as the applicant explained on that, it's not the 9.99 meter throughout the structure, but it's only at certain points, but that's okay. And with that, Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 14, subject to urban forestry condition number 2 and condition number 3.
Okay, thank you. And may I have a seconder, please? Member McKay, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. I second that motion to approve with those conditions.
And all in favor of this motion? Motion is carried unanimously and the application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving to item, maybe we can check back on item 13. Is Jace online? Okay, so we're going to go back to item 14, if that's okay with the committee members. Sorry, 13, my apologies. Item 13, 60 Mary, no. Item 13 is 90 Brenda Crescent. 90 Brenda
Yes.
Crescent, Jess. So, JC, we are here looking at your application. Your application
Yep.
was amended whereby variance number 1 was eliminated. Can you please confirm that?
Yes. Yes, we are eliminating the item number 1.
Okay. And then let's get going. And I just want to confirm that there are no registered speakers here or members of public in attendance. So, Jesse, would you like to make a presentation or would you go directly to questions and answers?
I can make a couple of notes in this one. First of all, thank you so much because I had some technical issues in getting in and apologize for that. So we basically had have 5 variances, and instead of the first one variance we are eliminating, and the rest 2 are regarding the parking spaces. Basically, this is existing parking space at the front yard, and since we are making the existing garage as a garden suite, now this parking space is considered as for driveway for the principal building. So that's why we are here for the variances. And I would like to humbly request the committee staff members to consider this parking requirement as a basic need for the dwelling units and consider as a minor in nature. Thank you so much.
Okay, and then variance number 1 was eliminated, that, and you can still.
Yes.
Okay, so 2 spaces are being accommodated, correct?
Yes, for the bicycle, yes.
For the bicycles, yes. So 2 bicycle spaces will be provided. So variance number 1 is no longer required. And then
Yes.
the other 3 are pertain to the location of those spaces.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee members,
Thank
any
you.
questions? I do note, Jace, that we do have a report from community planning, and their recommendation is to refuse variance number 1, which you have now amended. Let me just check if there was any condition. So there's a condition as well in there. Have you read that and are you okay with it? Hello, Jace, are you with us?
No, turn. Yes, hi. I'm sorry. I couldn't unmute myself. Yes, we are aware about the conditions by the committee members. Yes.
By community planning. Okay, perfect. So,
Yes, committee planning.
okay. Members of the committee, any questions? Any questions, Member McKay or anyone? No?
I wasn't sure of the parking, but we have nothing from transportation services. I'll take it there's not an issue there.
That's correct. We have nothing. Okay, if there are no further questions or comments, can I please have a motion on this application? Member Taylor, please go ahead.
Yeah, these 4 proposed variances, 2, 3, 4, and 5, are all triggered by the fact that it's a corner lot. I don't have any difficulty with any of them. I'm satisfied they meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And I move approval of variances 2, 3, 4, and 5 without conditions.
Okay, and may I have a seconder, please? Member McKay, please go ahead.
Through the chair, just for clarification for the record, you're recommending approval as amended.
I stated it slightly differently, but sure, that's fine.
Thank you.
I'm approving variances 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And the application was amended to remove 1. Okay.
Yeah.
And I second that motion to approve those particular variances.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion?
Sorry, through to the chair, apologies, just confirming it was also mentioned, the CP condition.
The CP condition was mentioned, yes. Member Taylor, did you have the CP condition to build in accordance with the plans?
I did not. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I said, right.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
So the motion was put on the floor. It was seconded and voted as well, so I guess we have to now revoke the motion, or can we just amend the motion? Amend it? Okay, so Member Taylor, would you like to amend the motion?
Yes, so I'll move approval of the application as amended, which excludes variance 1, subject to community planning condition number 2.
And I second that motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, and all in favor of this motion? The motion's carried and the application has been approved. Okay,
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee staff members.
we now go to item number 15. Item number 15 is for 49 Candlebrook Crescent. There are no registered speakers, but I want to check with members of the public in attendance today. Is there anyone here for 49 Candlebrook Crescent? I see none, and there are no registered speakers virtually. So can we please have the applicant, Austin Amino, online? Hello, Austin, are you with us?
Yep. Hello. Yes. So my name's Austin Emino of 82 Formosa Drive in Richmond Hill, and I'm the designer and agent for the owners of 49 Candlebrook Crescent.
Okay, so Austin, would you like to make a presentation, or would you rather go to the committee if they have any questions?
I'm fine to just going to questions if the presentation isn't needed.
Okay, thank you very much. So members of the committee, are there any questions for Austin at this time? I do know that there's a condition recommended by community planning that should the committee approve it, that it be tied to the site plan. So Austin, have you read that, and do you have any concerns with it?
Yes, we're fine with their condition to build substantially per the site plan.
Okay, thank you. Committee members? No questions? No comments? Okay, all right. So if there's none, then can we please have a motion on this application? Member Macaulay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recommend approval of this variance for 49 Candlebrook Crescent, subject to community planning.
Community planning condition.
Tying to the site plan. I just tried to find out whether there was a forestry condition. There's no forestry. It's just the one condition from community planning to tie it to the site plan.
Okay, may I have a seconder, please? Member McKay, please go ahead.
Yes, I second that motion to approve with that condition of community planning.
Thank you. And all in favor of this motion? Motion's carried unanimously, and the application has been approved subject to condition. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the agenda for the morning session. So we've dealt with items 1 through 15. We are now going to go into our afternoon session, and we will deal with items 16 through the rest of the agenda, which is 20. And I think I have to do my,
Through the chair, could we just have a few moments so staff can change the YouTube feed?
Yes. So we'll allow 5 minutes or a couple of minutes to change the YouTube stream, and I have to do the introduction again? Okay.
I could again use some technical help here just to get the final PDF over to the big screen.